Welcome to the first 150-year history of humans post-colonization of Mercury. Part 1, the first footfall. The closest anyone had ever been to the sun was still too far away to comprehend its power until we landed on Mercury. In the annals of human exploration, certain moments stand as pivotal turning points: the first ocean crossing, the summit of Everest, the initial footprints on lunar soil. But none would test the limits of human ingenuity quite like establishing a permanent presence on Mercury, the smallest and innermost planet of our solar system. A world of extremes, where the sun looms nearly 3 times larger in the sky than on Earth, where a single day stretches for 176 Earth days, and where surface temperatures oscillate between a scorching 800 degrees Fahrenheit during the day and a bone-chilling negative 290 degrees Fahrenheit at night. The decision to colonize Mercury did not come easily. As Earth's resources dwindled and climate instability grew throughout the mid-21st century, humanity looked to space for solutions. Mars had long been the focus of colonization efforts, with its milder conditions and greater similarity to Earth. But it was Mercury, with its extraordinary abundance of solar energy and surprisingly resource-rich crust, that offered unique advantages for a species desperate to secure its future. Initial surveys had revealed something surprising. Mercury's poles contained vast deposits of water ice, hidden within permanently shadowed craters where the sun's brutal rays never reached. This discovery transformed Mercury from an inhospitable hellscape to a potential lifeline. With water for life support and rocket fuel, intense solar energy for power, and a mineral-rich surface for construction and manufacturing, Mercury represented an untapped treasure trove for a resource-hungry civilization. The formation of the Mercury Habitation Initiative, or MHI, marked an unprecedented level of global cooperation. Nations that had once been rivals pooled their resources, expertise, and determination into a singular mission, establishing humanity's first foothold on the planet closest to the sun. The project combined the space launch capabilities of 5 major space agencies, the engineering prowess of 12 nations, and funding from a consortium of both governmental and private sources. Preparation for the mission was meticulous, spanning nearly a decade. Every component had to be designed to withstand Mercury's harsh environment: radiation-hardened electronics, thermal management systems capable of handling 700-degree temperature swings, and habitats that could protect fragile human biology from conditions that would otherwise prove instantly fatal. In the 3rd year of preparation, the mission architecture was finalized. 4 specialized ships would make the journey, each carrying critical components. The Daedalus would transport the primary habitat modules and life support systems. The Prometheus would carry the power generation equipment and thermal management systems. The Hermes would bring scientific equipment and manufacturing tools. And finally, the Artemis would transport the 24 specialists, scientists, engineers, and medical personnel who would establish the first permanent human presence on Mercury. The journey itself was a masterpiece of celestial mechanics. Unlike missions to Mars that could take a relatively direct route, traveling to Mercury required a complex series of gravity assists and orbital maneuvers to gradually descend into the sun's gravity well without expending prohibitive amounts of fuel. The trip took 9 months, with the ships performing a carefully choreographed dance around Venus to slow their approach before making the final insertion into Mercury orbit. As the ships approached their destination, the crew's excitement mingled with apprehension. From orbit, Mercury revealed itself as a world of stark contrasts, a barren, crater-pocked surface that appeared deceptively moon-like, yet was subject to forces and conditions far more extreme than Earth's satellite had ever experienced. The landing site had been selected years earlier, the rim of Prokofiev crater at Mercury's North Pole. This location was strategic genius. Along the crater's edge, a narrow band of territory existed in what scientists called the twilight zone, a region where the sun perpetually hovered near the horizon, providing both manageable temperatures and access to solar energy. While just kilometers away, the permanently shadowed interior of the crater contained the water ice essential for the colony's survival. The landing itself, on what would later be designated as Day 1 of Mercury colonization, was a triumph of precision. The 24 pioneers set foot on Mercury's surface wearing specialized suits designed to protect them from radiation, micrometeorites, and the punishing thermal environment. Their first steps left imprints in the regolith that would remain undisturbed for centuries, preserved in the airless environment just as the Apollo footprints had been on the Moon. Mercury Habitation Initiative, touchdown confirmed. Humanity has arrived at the doorstep of the Sun, came the historic transmission back to Earth, arriving after a communication delay of several minutes. The first weeks were devoted to establishing what would become known as Penumbra Station. The prefabricated habitat modules were partially buried beneath Mercury's surface to utilize the planet's regolith as natural radiation shielding. Solar arrays were deployed along the crater rim where they could capture the sun's intense energy, while thermal radiators extended into the shadowed regions to dissipate excess heat. Life at Penumbra Station quickly settled into a rhythm dictated by necessity rather than Mercury's unusual day-night cycle. Inside the habitats, the pioneers maintained an artificial 24-hour schedule, approximating Earth's circadian patterns despite being on a world where a single day lasted the equivalent of 176 Earth days. The challenges were immediate and relentless. Radiation exposure had to be constantly monitored, with the crew rotating through duties to ensure no one received dangerous cumulative doses. The extreme temperature differentials created constant stress on equipment and structures. Even the reduced gravity, just 38% of Earth's, presented unexpected complications, from fluid distribution systems that behaved erratically to subtle but concerning changes in the pioneers' physiology. During the second month, geological analysis of Mercury's regolith yielded an unexpected discovery. The planet's soil contained higher concentrations of useful minerals than initial remote sensing had suggested. Mercury's surface was rich in iron, titanium, and magnesium, along with significant traces of rare Earth elements. This finding dramatically improved the long-term prospects for self-sufficiency. With adequate processing facilities, the colony could eventually manufacture many of the components they would otherwise need to import from Earth at tremendous cost. By the fourth month, the colony faced its first critical test. The primary cooling system, essential for maintaining habitable temperatures during Mercury's long, scorching day, began to fail. 3 engineers undertook an emergency extravehicular activity to conduct repairs, working in shifts to minimize radiation exposure. The successful repair demonstrated both the team's resourcefulness and the vital importance of redundant systems in such an unforgiving environment. The 6th month brought a milestone achievement: the successful extraction of water ice from the depths of Prokofiev crater. Robotic mining units, operated remotely from the safety of Penumbra Station, drilled into the permanently shadowed crater floor and confirmed the presence of frozen water deposits. The ice was harvested, melted, and purified, providing the colony with its first locally sourced water supply. This achievement was celebrated as a crucial step towards self-sufficiency and proof that Mercury could indeed support human life. As the first year drew to a close, Penumbra Station had expanded from its initial configuration to include 6 interconnected habitat modules, a small hydroponics facility producing supplementary food, and a preliminary manufacturing workshop capable of fabricating basic replacement parts. The 24 pioneers had become a tight-knit community, bound together by the shared experience of surviving on humanity's most ambitious frontier. The second year saw the establishment of regular supply missions from Earth, bringing additional equipment, materials, and occasionally new personnel to relieve those who had completed their tour. The early success of Penumbra Station had silenced many skeptics back on Earth, and support for the Mercury Habitation Initiative grew as the potential benefits of a permanent Mercury colony became increasingly apparent. By the third year, scientific research had begun in earnest. Astronomers took advantage of Mercury's position to study the Sun with unprecedented clarity. Geologists mapped the planet's unique features and composition. Physicists conducted experiments that would be impossible in Earth's stronger gravity field. The knowledge flowing back to Earth quickly justified the enormous investment the project had required. The colony's fourth year brought both expansion and refinement. New habitat modules extended the living space. A more substantial agricultural system reduced dependence on Earth supplies, and improvements to the power generation systems increased efficiency. Plans were drawn up for a second settlement, to be located several kilometers away along the crater rim, which would spread risk and allow for specialized facilities. Yet as the fifth year of Mercury colonization began, nature reminded the pioneers of their precarious position. A massive solar flare, far more powerful than any in the mission's contingency planning, erupted from the sun. While the habitats provided adequate protection for the colonists themselves, the intense radiation damaged critical systems on the return vehicle that had remained in orbit as an emergency escape option. The damage was severe enough that the vehicle was deemed unsafe for human transport. A replacement could be sent from Earth, but it would take months to prepare and deliver. For the first time since landing on Mercury, the pioneers faced the sobering reality that they were truly stranded on this hostile world, with no immediate way to return to Earth should a catastrophe occur. This realization marked a psychological turning point. What had begun as an ambitious scientific and engineering outpost was now, by necessity, becoming something more permanent, a true colony, where humans would need to adapt, survive, and eventually thrive without the safety net of easy return to Earth. The pioneers of Penumbra Station were no longer visitors to Mercury. They were becoming its first permanent inhabitants. As they gathered in the central habitat module to discuss this new reality, they looked out through the reinforced viewport at the stark Mercurian landscape, the sun hanging huge and ominous on the horizon, casting long shadows across the crater rim, the airless silence beyond their walls, and the faint blue dot of Earth barely visible in the black sky. They were closer to the sun than any humans had ever been, yet in many ways they had never been more alone. The first 5 years on Mercury had proven that humans could survive there. The next challenge would be learning how to live there. The Mercury colony was no longer just an outpost or an experiment. It was becoming humanity's second home, a foothold in the inner solar system, forged in the shadow of the sun itself. Part 2: The Long Night. On Earth, night lasts hours. On Mercury, it lasts months. But for the colonists of Penumbra Station, darkness would stretch for years. The realization that they were effectively stranded on Mercury hit the colonists with the weight of the planet's own gravity. The damaged return vehicle orbiting silently above represented more than just a mechanical failure. It was the severing of their last physical connection to Earth. Messages of reassurance from mission control promised that replacement transport would eventually arrive, but the psychological impact was immediate and profound. The 5th year of the Mercury colony marked the beginning of what historians would later call the Long Night, not a reference to Mercury's 88-day darkness cycle, but to the period of adjustment as the colonists confronted their new reality as permanent settlers rather than rotating expedition members. For many, the grief process followed predictable stages: denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and finally, acceptance. The colony's psychologists, who had initially been tasked with monitoring adaptation to the physical environment, now found themselves guiding the community through this existential transition. "We are no longer visitors here," announced Dr. Michelle Bronson, the colony's senior medical officer, during a community gathering 6 months after the solar flare incident. "Mercury is not our research station, it is our home. And together we will make it a place where humans cannot just survive, but live meaningful lives." This shift in mindset drove practical changes in how the colony operated. Long-term sustainability became the priority, with resources directed toward expansion and self-sufficiency rather than scientific research. The initial modules of Penumbra Station, which had been arranged in a surface cluster partially shielded by regolith, were insufficient for permanent habitation. Mercury's radiation environment and extreme temperature fluctuations demanded more robust protection. Year 6 saw the beginning of a massive excavation project. Using equipment originally intended for mining operations, the colonists began carving a network of tunnels and chambers beneath the surface. These underground spaces provided natural radiation shielding and thermal stability that no surface structure could match. The expansion followed the geological contours of the Prokofiev crater rim, with main corridors extending along natural faults in the regolith and larger chambers positioned where the rock composition was most stable. By the end of Year 7, nearly 60% of Penumbra Station's habitable space was underground. The original surface modules were repurposed as workshops, observatories, and airlocks, while living quarters, laboratories, and communal spaces moved beneath the surface. This underground complex was illuminated with full-spectrum lighting systems designed to mimic Earth's sunlight, helping to maintain both psychological well-being and proper circadian rhythms. As the physical infrastructure expanded, so too did the life support systems that made survival possible. The initial water recycling system, which had recovered only about 80% of used water, was upgraded with biofiltering components that pushed recovery rates above 95%. Oxygen generation evolved from simple electrolysis to a hybrid system that combined mechanical processes with biological ones, utilizing specially engineered algae tanks that consumed carbon dioxide and produced oxygen while also serving as the first link in the food chain. Food production underwent its own revolution during years 8 and 9. The original hydroponics setup, which had supplemented packaged earth supplies with fresh greens and vegetables, expanded into a comprehensive agricultural system. Vertical farming techniques maximized the use of limited space, while carefully selected crop varieties were cultivated for their nutritional density and growing efficiency. The first successful harvest of lab-grown protein in Year 9 reduced dependence on Earth shipments by nearly 40%. By Year 10, Mercury's food self-sufficiency had reached 70%, a remarkable achievement, but still leaving a significant gap that had to be filled by increasingly infrequent supply missions. The struggle for sustainability was not without setbacks, the most severe being the thermal crisis of Year 8. As Mercury approached perihelion, its closest approach to the Sun, the colony's cooling systems were pushed beyond their design specifications. 3 days into what would become a 2-week ordeal, the primary thermal regulators failed completely, causing temperatures in some sections of the colony to rise to dangerous levels. Emergency protocols were implemented immediately. Non-essential systems were shut down. The colonists crowded into the deepest chambers where temperatures remained manageable, and round-the-clock repair efforts began. After initial attempts to fix the system remotely failed, it became clear that someone would need to venture outside to manually replace key components. Engineers Arnold Briggs and Haley Foster volunteered for what they all acknowledged was likely a suicide mission. The protective suits, even with supplemental cooling, could not withstand direct exposure to perihelion conditions for the time required to complete the repairs. Knowing this, Briggs and Foster stepped into the airlock on the morning of the crisis's 11th day. Working with extraordinary precision despite the deteriorating conditions, they managed to replace the failed components and restart the cooling system. Their suits, however, began to fail as they attempted to return to the airlock. Briggs collapsed just 20 meters from safety. Foster, though severely affected by heat exposure herself, attempted to drag her colleague the remaining distance before succumbing as well. Both were recovered by an emergency team, but neither survived. The loss of Briggs and Foster, the first human deaths on Mercury, cast a somber shadow over the colony. A memorial service was held in what would later be named Sacrifice Hall, where 2 empty spacesuits were placed in transparent cases, a permanent reminder of the price paid for the colony's survival. More pragmatically, the tragedy led to the development of the Mercury Protocol, a comprehensive set of procedures for dealing with the planet's extreme conditions, emphasizing redundant systems, remote operations whenever possible, and strict limits on EVA duration based on Mercury's position in its orbit. Year 11 brought a milestone that, despite the previous tragedy, renewed hope and purpose within the colony. Medical officer Dr. Sarah Norris successfully delivered the first human child born on Mercury, a healthy girl named Dawn, whose birth was celebrated as tangible proof that a future on Mercury was possible. Dawn's development was closely monitored, with particular attention paid to how the 0.38 gravity environment might affect bone density, muscle development, and overall growth. These observations would prove invaluable for understanding the long-term prospects of a permanent Mercury population. As the colony grew in both physical size and capability, its social structures evolved as well. The initial mission hierarchy, with its clear chain of command leading back to Earth, gradually gave way to more collaborative governance better suited to their isolated situation. By year 12, the informal consultation process that had emerged after the stranding became formalized with the establishment of the Colony Council, a body composed of representatives from each major functional department, elected by their peers to make collective decisions about resource allocation, expansion priorities, and colony policy. This shift towards self-governance coincided with the development of cultural traditions unique to Mercury. Most notable among these was the sundown ritual, a moment of silence observed by the entire colony at the beginning of each 88-day night cycle. During this ceremony, the main lights would be dimmed briefly, while a single illuminated globe representing the sun was slowly lowered below a stylized horizon. The ritual acknowledged both the literal darkness of Mercury's long night and the metaphorical darkness of their isolation, while also celebrating the resilience that allowed them to endure both. Resource-sharing systems that had begun as practical necessity became cultural touchstones. The common table policy ensured that everyone, regardless of their role or status, received equal food allocations. The skilled tithe required each colonist to dedicate a portion of their time to teaching others their expertise, ensuring that critical knowledge was never concentrated in a single individual. The Mercury Minutes became a daily broadcast where announcements were made, achievements celebrated, and moments of community building encouraged. By the beginning of year 14, Penumbra Station had evolved from a struggling outpost to a functioning settlement with a population of 27 adults and 4 children. The original prefabricated modules were now just a small part of a sprawling underground complex with specialized areas for agriculture, manufacturing, research, education, and recreation. While still heavily dependent on Earth for certain critical components and materials, the colony had achieved a precarious stability that seemed sustainable for the foreseeable future. It was against this backdrop that Earth finally delivered on its promise to reconnect with its distant children. In the middle of year 15, sensors detected an approaching spacecraft. Unlike the supply drones that periodically delivered critical materials, this was a crewed vessel, the long-promised replacement for the damaged return vehicle, but carrying far more than just a means of escape. The ship, named Phoenix, brought 30 new colonists, specialists selected to address specific needs and vulnerabilities within the existing settlement. More importantly, it carried something even more valuable than people or supplies. A commitment. The Phoenix was not a rescue mission, but the vanguard of what Earth was now calling the Mercury Colonial Program, a long-term initiative to establish a permanent human presence on the innermost planet. As the new arrivals integrated with the original colonists, the distinction between old and new Mercurians became apparent. The 15-year veterans, hardened by isolation and self-reliance, sometimes struggled to understand the perspectives of newcomers who still thought in terms of Earth standards and procedures. Yet the fresh energy and specialized knowledge brought by the new arrivals reinvigorated the colony, opening possibilities that had long been set aside as impractical. The Phoenix mission also brought confirmation of something the original colonists had begun to suspect from the decreasing frequency of communications. Earth itself was struggling with cascading resource crises and political instability. The Mercury colony, once viewed as merely a scientific outpost, was now being reframed as a vital component of humanity's long-term survival strategy, a place where technologies for living in extreme environments could be developed, where valuable resources could be harvested, and where a portion of the human population could thrive separate from Earth's troubles. As year 15 drew to a close, the colonists, both original and newly arrived, gathered in Sacrifice Hall for a special observance of the sundown ritual. This time, as the symbolic sun descended below the horizon, a new element was added. A circle of small lights illuminating around the periphery, representing the colony itself shining in the darkness. "We have endured the long night," announced Council Leader Dr. Miguel Santiago, addressing the assembled crowd. Not just Mercury's 88-day darkness, but the night of uncertainty, isolation, and struggle. We have built a home in the shadow of the sun. And now, with new hands to help us and renewed purpose, we step into a new dawn, not just for Penumbra Station, but for humanity's future among the planets. The Phoenix, which could have been their ride home, remained in orbit, not as an escape vessel, but as the first component of a planned orbital infrastructure to support expanded operations on Mercury's surface. The long night had ended. The era of true colonization was about to begin. Part 3: The Forge Awakens. In the heart of Prokofiev Crater, humanity learned to harness both fire and ice. The arrival of the Phoenix mission marked the beginning of Mercury's second phase of colonization, a period of unprecedented growth and innovation that would transform the struggling outpost into a true settlement. With 30 new specialists and a renewed mandate from Earth, the colony's focus shifted from mere survival to sustainable development and resource utilization. The Phoenix brought more than just people. Its cargo hold contained advanced mining equipment, precision manufacturing tools, and specialized materials unavailable on Mercury. These resources were like seeds planted in fertile soil, the catalyst needed to unlock Mercury's vast potential. Year 16 saw the beginning of systematic mining operations beyond the limited excavation that had been done for habitat expansion. Geological surveys conducted during the first 15 years had identified promising deposits of iron, titanium, magnesium, and various rare earth elements throughout the Prokofiev crater region. With the new equipment, these resources could finally be accessed. The initial mining efforts focused on a region 2 kilometers east of Penumbra Station, where spectrographic analysis had indicated high concentrations of titanium dioxide in the regolith. Teams working in shifts during the cooler periods established the colony's first true mining operation, using semi-autonomous rovers to extract and transport ore back to a processing facility on the crater rim. But processing these materials presented a challenge. Traditional refining methods required enormous energy inputs, something the colony had in abundance thanks to the sun, but lacked the infrastructure to properly harness. The solution came from Dr. Paul Watson, a metallurgical engineer from the Phoenix crew, who proposed an elegant adaptation of ancient technology, the solar forge. "We live beside the most powerful furnace in the solar system," Watson explained during a colony council presentation. "Instead of fighting Mercury's proximity to the sun, we should embrace it." The first solar forge was constructed in year 17 on a specially built platform at the crater rim, where it could capture maximum sunlight. The apparatus consisted of a series of precisely curved mirrors that concentrated sunlight onto a central focal point, creating temperatures exceeding 2,500 degrees Celsius, more than sufficient to melt and purify most metals found in Mercury's crust. Unlike traditional smelting operations on Earth, which required massive fossil fuel or electrical energy inputs, the solar forge operated using nothing but Mercury's most abundant resource, sunlight. The success of the initial forge led to the construction of 3 more over the next 2 years, each larger and more sophisticated than the last. By year 19, the array of solar forges was producing refined metals at a rate that not only met the colony's needs for construction and manufacturing, but created a surplus that could be stored for future expansion. This metalworking capability enabled the colony's most ambitious construction project to date, Solstice Station. Built along the crater rim approximately 5 kilometers from the original Penumbra Station, Solstice was designed specifically to maximize energy collection while maintaining safe operating temperatures. Its most distinctive feature was a massive array of solar collectors arranged in concentric rings, positioned to capture sunlight regardless of Mercury's position in its orbit. These collectors fed power into the colony's expanding grid and provided energy for the growing manufacturing sector. Solstice Station also served as the testing ground for one of the colony's most significant technological innovations: Mercury-native radiation shielding. Scientists working with locally sourced materials discovered that certain metal alloys, when combined with processed regolith in precise ratios, created composite materials with exceptional radiation-blocking properties. These materials, dubbed heliopause composites, became the standard for all new construction, providing better protection than the imported shielding materials while using entirely local resources. The manufacturing capabilities unlocked by the solar forges and the new materials science led to a crucial development in year 20, the first heavy equipment produced entirely on Mercury. The Charon excavator, named after the ferryman of the mythological underworld, was a massive tunneling machine designed specifically for Mercury's regolith composition and gravity conditions. Unlike the Earth-designed equipment that had been adapted for Mercury use, the Charon was optimized for the local environment, capable of carving tunnels 20% faster while using 30% less energy. 3 Charon units were constructed at the Solstice manufacturing facility and put to work expanding the underground network that connected the growing settlement. The efficiency of these machines allowed for the first large-scale planned expansion of living space, moving beyond the somewhat haphazard tunneling of the early years to create properly engineered habitats with standardized dimensions and integrated life support systems. As the physical infrastructure expanded, so too did the colony's ability to support itself. Year 21 saw the completion of Hermes Gardens, a revolutionary agricultural facility that combined the best of the colony's underground hydroponics with new surface domes, specially designed to filter Mercury's intense sunlight to optimal growing conditions. For the first time, colonists could grow a wide variety of fruits, vegetables, and grains in quantities sufficient to eliminate dependence on Earth supplies for basic nutrition. The gardens were more than just functional space. They became the colony's first true public park, with winding paths between growing beds, small seating areas nestled among fruit trees, and a central pond that served both as a reservoir for the irrigation system and a psychological reminder of Earth's bodies of water. For children born on Mercury, many of whom had never seen an open sky or natural growing environment, Hermes Gardens provided a glimpse of what Earth might be like, albeit on a much smaller scale. The growing self-sufficiency of the colony fostered a strong sense of identity and independence from Earth. By year 22, approximately 40% of the colony's population of 85 had either been born on Mercury or had lived there for more than a decade. This demographic shift coincided with Earth's increasing preoccupation with its own problems, resulting in longer gaps between communications and supply missions. This isolation accelerated the development of Mercury's distinct society, but it also exposed tensions within the colony itself. The most serious of these erupted in year 23, during what would later be called the Oxygen Rebellion. The conflict stemmed from a dispute over resource allocation between Penumbra and the newer Solstice station. As manufacturing operations had expanded at Solstice, its oxygen requirements had increased beyond initial projections. The Colony Council, still based at Penumbra, implemented rationing measures that disproportionately affected Solstice residents. After months of diplomatic attempts to resolve the issue failed, a group of Solstice workers took direct action, temporarily shutting down power transmission to Penumbra and demanding a renegotiation of the resource distribution system. The 80-hour standoff ended without violence, but made clear that the colony's ad hoc governance was no longer sufficient for a growing, multi-center population. In the aftermath, a constitutional convention was convened with representatives from all sections of the colony. Over 6 weeks of intense debate, the first Mercury Constitution was drafted, a document that established basic rights for all residents, created a more representative governance structure, and outlined clear procedures for resource allocation and dispute resolution. The Constitution's preamble reflected the colony's evolving identity. We, the people of Mercury, united by our common humanity and our shared struggle on this most challenging of worlds, establish this Constitution to ensure justice, promote cooperation, and secure the benefits of freedom for ourselves and our descendants. Under the new system, the Colony Council was expanded and reorganized. Each major settlement section elected representatives proportional to their population, and key decisions required supermajority approval. A separate judicial committee was established to arbitrate disputes, and regular colony-wide referendums were instituted for matters of fundamental importance. This more formalized society provided the stable foundation needed for the colony's continued development, particularly in education and cultural institutions. The children of Mercury, now numbering 26 across various ages, required more than the ad hoc tutoring that had served the earliest Mercury-born. In year 24, the Mercury Educational Center opened in a specially designed facility equidistant from Penumbra and Solstice. The curriculum developed for these children reflected their unique position as the first generation of humans to grow up on a world other than Earth. Alongside standard subjects like mathematics, science, and language, they studied specialized topics essential for life on Mercury: radiation safety, thermal management, life support systems, and the complexities of the colony's carefully balanced ecosystem. Their physical education was adapted for Mercury's lower gravity, with exercises specifically designed to counteract the bone and muscle density loss that remained a concern for long-term health. These children viewed Mercury not as a hostile outpost, but as home, their perception of normal, shaped by a world of underground tunnels, artificial light cycles, and the omnipresent need for environmental management. When they studied Earth, it was as a distant ancestral home, interesting but alien, with its open skies, unpredictable weather, and seemingly wasteful abundance of water and air. As the colony approached its 25th year, the final pieces of its initial expansion phase fell into place. The most significant of these was the completion of the Sunway, a pressurized transport tunnel connecting Penumbra and Solstice stations. Prior to this, travel between the two main settlements had required either surface transit in protected vehicles or a circuitous route through partially completed tunnels. The Sunway provided a direct, high-capacity connection that could accommodate both pedestrian traffic and small transport vehicles. The tube, constructed using Mercury-manufactured materials and installed by Mercury-designed equipment, stretched 4.8 kilometers along the curve of the crater rim. Its design incorporated lessons learned from 25 years on Mercury: multiple redundant seals, integrated radiation shielding, and a passive thermal regulation system that maintained comfortable temperatures without active energy input except during extreme conditions. The dedication ceremony for the Sunway in the final month of year 25 became a colony-wide celebration. Representatives from both Penumbra and Solstice met in the middle of the tunnel for a symbolic joining ceremony, connecting two metal links to form a chain that would hang in the tunnel's central station as a permanent reminder of the colony's unity. "Today we connect not just two stations, but two eras," announced Governor Maggie Strickland, elected under the new constitutional framework. "Behind us lie the years of survival and struggle. Ahead lies a future we will build together, a future where children of Mercury will expand human presence across this world not as visitors or explorers, but as natives." As colonists traveled the Sunway between celebrations at both stations, Few could have imagined how prophetic those words would prove to be. The forge had indeed awakened, not just in the literal solar furnaces that powered Mercury's industry, but in the crucible of necessity that had forged a new branch of humanity, adapted to and shaped by the most extreme environment humans had ever settled. Mercury was no longer an outpost. It was becoming a world of its own, with a population, culture, and destiny increasingly distinct from its earthly origins. The fires of the sun and the ice of the shadowed craters had been tamed, not conquered, but harnessed through human ingenuity to serve the needs of the first true Mercurians. Part 4: Expansion through Darkness. Standing on the surface of Mercury, you would either burn or freeze to death within minutes, but beneath the surface, humanity was thriving. As Mercury colony entered its second quarter century, the pioneering settlements of Penumbra and Solstice had proven that humans could survive on the solar system's innermost planet. Now, a more ambitious question presented itself. Could humans truly inhabit Mercury, not merely cling to existence in isolated outposts, but expand across and into the planet itself? The answer began to emerge in year 26 during what was supposed to be a routine geological survey. A team exploring a region 3 kilometers south of Solstice Station detected an unusual hollow space beneath the regolith. Initial probes revealed something extraordinary. A vast natural cavern stretching nearly a kilometer in length and varying between 20 and 60 meters in height. Further investigation confirmed what geologists had long suspected but never proven. Mercury, like the Moon and Mars before it, possessed lava tubes formed by ancient volcanic activity. Dr. Liam Kowalski, chief geologist of the survey team, documented the moment of discovery in the colony archives. As the probe's lights illuminated the cavern walls, we witnessed a space untouched since Mercury's molten past. The perfectly preserved flow patterns in the rock told a story billions of years old, of a time when Mercury's heart still beat with volcanic fury. What began as a channel for molten rock would now become a sanctuary for human life. The discovery prompted an intensive mapping effort using ground-penetrating radar and seismic analysis. Within months, the survey had identified an extensive network of interconnected lava tubes extending for dozens of kilometers beneath the northern polar region. These natural formations offered an extraordinary opportunity, ready-made spaces protected from radiation and temperature extremes, requiring far less excavation than the manually carved tunnels of the existing settlements. By year 28, the first lava tube habitat had been established. Named Vulcan's Hall, after the Roman god of fire and metalworking, the settlement took advantage of the tube's natural dimensions. The high ceiling allowed for multi-level construction, with modular living quarters stacked up to 4 stories in some sections. The vast floor space accommodated larger facilities than had been possible in the original tunnels, including Mercury's first dedicated recreation center with sports fields adapted for low-gravity play. Vulcan's Hall became the template for a new generation of Mercury settlements. Over the next 5 years, 3 additional lava tube complexes were developed and connected to the main colony network. Prometheus Cavern, with its specialization in agricultural research, Hephaestus Chamber, which became the primary manufacturing hub, and Mercury's first true city, New Cimmeria, named after the mythological land of perpetual darkness, an ironic choice for a settlement that prided itself on its brilliantly engineered lighting systems that mimicked Earth's day-night cycle with perfect fidelity. The natural protection offered by these lava tubes allowed colonists to divert resources from basic survival needs to economic development. The most significant initiative was the creation of Nightshade Industries. a consortium of manufacturing operations specifically designed to run during Mercury's long night cycle, using energy stored during the daylight period. This approach solved one of the colony's persistent challenges: how to maintain productivity through the 88 Earth-day darkness when solar power was unavailable. Nightshade began with energy-intensive metallurgical processes that could be scheduled to run primarily during the night cycle, when huge batteries and thermal storage systems provided power. The economics were compelling. By shifting these operations to the night period, daytime solar energy could be dedicated to life support, agriculture, and other critical systems that couldn't be suspended. Within 3 years, Nightshade had expanded to include ceramics production, chemical processing, and specialized manufacturing of electronics components. Year 32 marked another major milestone in Mercury's expansion: the establishment of Caloris Outpost, the first settlement beyond the polar region. Located near the rim of the massive Caloris Basin, an impact crater spanning over 1,500 kilometers in diameter near Mercury's equator, the outpost represented an enormous technical challenge. Unlike the polar regions where temperatures remained relatively stable, the equatorial location experienced the full extremes of Mercury's day-night cycle, surface temperatures swinging from 430 degrees Celsius during the day to -180 degrees Celsius at night. Caloris Outpost was built entirely underground, with only its solar collection systems and communication arrays exposed on the surface. These systems were designed with specialized thermal management capabilities, automatically retracting into shielded chambers during the most intense heat of perihelion and deploying fully during the more temperate periods. The outpost itself was established in a network of natural fractures in Mercury's crust, widened and reinforced to create habitable spaces. The scientific value of Caloris Outpost was immense. The basin, formed by one of the most powerful impacts in the solar system's history, offered unprecedented access to materials from deep within Mercury's mantle that had been excavated by the ancient collision. Analysis of these materials provided crucial insights into Mercury's formation and composition, with implications for understanding the early solar system. As settlements spread across and under Mercury's surface, transportation became increasingly complex. The original Sunway connecting Penumbra and Solstice had demonstrated the value of protected transit corridors, but a more comprehensive approach was needed. In year 34, the Mercury Transport Authority was established to coordinate the development of an integrated transit network. The MTA's first major project was the Inner Circle, a pressurized rail system connecting the 4 major lava tube settlements in a roughly circular route spanning 22 kilometers. Battery-powered transport cars traveled along magnetic rails at speeds of up to 60 kilometers per hour, allowing residents to move between settlements in minutes rather than the hours required by surface vehicles. The system was designed with multiple redundancies and emergency shelters, ensuring that a failure at any point would not strand passengers. By year 36, the MTA had completed a direct line from the Inner Circle to Caloris Outpost, a remarkable engineering achievement spanning over 700 kilometers through Mercury's crust. The Caloris Express made the journey in approximately 6 hours, transforming what had been an arduous expedition requiring multiple stopovers into a relatively routine trip. This connection integrated Caloris fully into the colony's expanding sphere and enabled regular rotation of personnel and equipment between the polar and equatorial regions. The growing interconnectedness of Mercury's settlements coincided with a period of uncertainty in relations with Earth. In the middle of year 37, all communication from Earth abruptly ceased. For the next 3 months, the period that would later be known as the Great Communication Blackout, Mercury received no transmissions, supply missions, or status updates from the home planet. The silence was eventually revealed to have been caused by an unprecedented solar storm that had damaged Earth's primary deep space communication infrastructure. But during those uncertain months, Mercury's colonists confronted the possibility that they might be truly on their own, perhaps permanently. The experience accelerated efforts toward complete self-sufficiency and prompted a re-examination of the colony's economic and social structures. One outcome was the formalization of Mercury's internal economy. Previously, resource allocation had been managed through a centralized system overseen by the Colony Council, with labor contributions tracked through a credit system used primarily for luxury goods and discretionary resources. During the blackout, this ad hoc system evolved into something more sophisticated: energy credits, a true currency backed by the colony's power generation capacity. The concept was elegantly suited to Mercury's reality, on a world where energy from the sun was the most abundant resource, but storing and distributing that energy required significant infrastructure. Power became the natural foundation of economic value. Energy credits could be earned through labor, traded for goods and services, saved in digital accounts, and invested in new ventures. By the time communication with Earth was restored, Mercury had established a functioning market economy operating independently of Earth's financial systems. The social fabric of Mercury was evolving alongside its economy. As the population grew beyond 200, distinct social groupings began to emerge. The original settlers, now fewer than 20 individuals, held a special status as founders, their experience and sacrifice giving them moral authority even as their direct political power diminished. Earth-born newcomers, who continued to arrive on infrequent transport missions, brought valuable skills and fresh perspectives, but often struggled to adapt to Mercury's unique conditions and culture. And the growing cohort of Mercury-born citizens, now including adults in their early 20s, viewed themselves as the planet's true natives, with an identity shaped entirely by life beneath Mercury's surface. These social distinctions occasionally created tensions, particularly around governance and cultural practices. The Mercury-born tended to advocate for policies that assumed permanence and long-term development, while some Earth-born colonists still approached decisions with the perspective of temporary residence on an extended mission. These differing viewpoints influenced debates on everything from resource allocation to education policy to the aesthetic design of public spaces. A symbolic milestone in the emergence of Mercury's native identity came in year 39 with the first marriage between two Mercury-born adults. Missy Bedwell and Stephen Nelson, both children of original colonists, held their ceremony in Hermes Gardens, beneath the dome that offered Mercury's closest approximation of an Earth-like environment. The event was celebrated throughout all settlements as a powerful symbol of continuity and the emergence of a true Mercury society that would continue into future generations. "We are not the last of Earth," Stephen stated during the ceremony, "but the first of Mercury. Our children will be born of this world, not as strangers or visitors, but as inheritors of all that has been built here." As Mercury approached the 40th anniversary of first landing, the combined population of all settlements reached 500, a number long identified by demographic models as a crucial sustainability threshold. With 500 residents representing diverse skills, ages, and genetic backgrounds, The colony possessed sufficient human capital to maintain all essential systems, continue expansion, and ensure a viable breeding population for the long-term future. This milestone was marked by the completion of the colony's most ambitious construction project to date, Horizon Dome, a massive transparent habitat built within a crater adjacent to Penumbra Station. Unlike the utilitarian Hermes Gardens, Horizon was designed as a true public space, Mercury's first park in the Earth sense, with open areas, natural landscaping, and areas for gathering and recreation. The dome's crown jewel was its central viewpoint, where a reinforced observation window looked out across Mercury's stark landscape, allowing residents to safely contemplate the hostile beauty of the world that had become their home. At the dedication ceremony, Governor Maggie Strickland, now in her second term under the constitutional system, reflected on the significance of the moment. 40 years ago, 24 humans set foot on this barren world, uncertain if survival was even possible. Today, 500 of us call Mercury home. We have moved from existence to life, from outpost to civilization. Our tunnels and chambers extend across hundreds of kilometers. Our industries produce everything from basic necessities to sophisticated technologies. Our children know themselves as Mercurians first, humans second. And now we have built not just what we need, but what we desire. A place of beauty and contemplation that marks our transition from surviving on Mercury to truly living here. As the attendees filed out of the ceremony, many paused at the observation window to gaze at the desolate, yet compelling landscape beyond the dome. The sun, nearly 3 times larger in Mercury's sky than on Earth, hung low on the horizon, casting long shadows across the crater rim. In the distance, the solar arrays of Solstice Station gleamed like a man-made constellation. Surface vehicles moved along designated paths, their protective coverings reflecting the harsh sunlight. It was a world that would kill an unprotected human in minutes, yet humanity had not just survived here, but had begun to thrive. The darkness of Mercury, both the literal night and the metaphorical isolation, had not defeated the colony, but had instead shaped it into something unique in human history. A civilization adapted to and defined by the most extreme environment humans had ever inhabited. And with 500 souls now committed to this world, that civilization had reached the critical mass needed to endure not just for years, but for generations to come. Part 5: The Sovereign World. No human had ever been born outside Earth's gravity well until Mercury. Now, a generation later, they were ready to govern themselves. The 40th anniversary of the Mercury landing marked more than just a population milestone. It represented a psychological turning point, a moment when the colony's identity shifted definitively from an Earth outpost to a world with its own destiny. This transformation had been building for years, accelerated by the Great Communication Blackout and reinforced by the growing proportion of Mercury-born citizens who had never known any home but the tunnels and domes beneath Mercury's surface. Earth's authority over Mercury had been waning for decades, a gradual recession driven by practical realities rather than any formal declaration. The immense distance, the communication delays, and Earth's own mounting challenges had created a situation where decisions affecting daily life on Mercury were already being made almost entirely by local governance structures. Yet the formal relationship remained one of subordination. Mercury was, officially, a colonial project managed by the increasingly nominal Mercury Habitation Initiative headquartered on Earth. This discrepancy between reality and formality became untenable in year 42. when Earth authorities attempted to assert control over Mercury's newly developed helium-3 extraction program. Helium-3, a rare isotope embedded in Mercury's regolith after eons of solar wind exposure, had tremendous potential value for fusion energy research. The colony had invested significant resources in developing extraction techniques, viewing the isotope as both a vital research material and a potential future export. When Earth demanded priority access and transfer of the extraction technology without corresponding compensation, the response from Mercury was unprecedented. In a formal session broadcast to Earth with the full 40-minute light delay, the Colony Council unanimously rejected the demand. Governor Diaz, speaking with measured diplomacy that nonetheless contained unmistakable resolve, outlined Mercury's position. "We acknowledge with gratitude the historical investment Earth has made in Mercury's development. We recognize our shared humanity and mutual interests, but we must also acknowledge the reality that Mercury's residents, now in our third generation, have built a society that must determine its own future. Resources developed through Mercury labor, using Mercury equipment on Mercury soil, must primarily benefit Mercury's people while still contributing to humanity's broader advancement." This statement, while carefully avoiding the language of independence, effectively declared limited autonomy in economic and resource matters. The response from Earth was mixed. Some authorities threatened sanctions or withdrawal of support, while others recognized the inevitability of Mercury's self-determination. After months of tense negotiation, a compromise was reached. The Mercury Accord, which formally recognized the colony's right to govern its internal affairs while maintaining certain obligations to Earth, particularly in scientific cooperation and resource sharing. The accord precipitated a restructuring of Mercury's government. The Colony Council, which had been designed for a much smaller population distributed across just a few settlements, was replaced by the more comprehensive Mercury Planetary Council. This new body included representatives from each major settlement, with seats allocated proportionally to population. Specialized committees were established for critical domains: resource management, expansion planning, external relations, justice, and science and education. This new governmental structure was formalized in year 44 with the solemn adoption of the Declaration of Mercury, a document that explicitly established Mercury as humanity's second home world. The Declaration outlined principles of governance, rights of citizens, and obligations to future generations, creating a constitutional framework that reflected Mercury's unique environment and challenges. "We declare that Mercury is no longer merely a place where humans dwell, but a human world shaped by us and shaping us in turn," read the Declaration's preamble. "We accept the responsibility of preserving and enhancing life on this most challenging frontier, not as temporary stewards, but as permanent inhabitants whose descendants will call Mercury home for generations to come." As political structures evolved to reflect Mercury's growing independence, cultural expressions flourished in ways that captured the colony's distinctive experience. Art, music, and literature emerged that could only have been created by people living with Mercury's unique constraints and perspectives. Mercury's visual arts were characterized by what critics called the subsurface aesthetic, a style that embraced the enclosed environments of the settlements rather than pining for Earth's open spaces. Artists worked with materials unique to Mercury, including alloys only possible in the solar forges and pigments derived from the planet's mineral-rich regolith. Sculptures often incorporated themes of protection and exposure, with common motifs including nests, shells, and various forms of containment that reflected the constant tension between the safe interior spaces and the lethal external environment. Music developed along equally distinctive lines. Without access to many traditional materials for instrument making, Mercury's musicians innovated with locally available resources. Percussion instruments made from metal pipes and chambers reflected the omnipresent sounds of the life support systems. The cavity harp, with strings stretched across resonant chambers carved directly into Mercury's rock, produced hauntingly beautiful tones that carried perfectly in the enclosed acoustics of the settlements. Mercury's composers created works that often played with time in unusual ways, perhaps influenced by the extreme mismatch between the colony's artificial 24-hour cycle and Mercury's 176 Earth-day solar period. Literature, too, found its Mercury voice. The first novel written entirely on Mercury, Children of Twilight by Mercury-born author Esha Brimley, was published in year 46 to acclaim both on Mercury and Earth. The story, which followed 3 generations of a family living in the shadow of Caloris Basin, captured the existential condition of being human on Mercury. The constant awareness of mortality just beyond the habitat walls, the intense interdependence of community, and the strange beauty of a world that was simultaneously home and hostile. This flourishing cultural scene was temporarily overshadowed in year 47 by the emergence of what became known as the radiation crisis. Medical monitoring had detected an alarming pattern. The first-generation colonists were developing various forms of cancer at rates significantly higher than statistical norms. Further investigation revealed cumulative radiation damage from the early years before more effective shielding was developed, exacerbated by exposure during surface operations. The crisis prompted an intensive medical research effort. Drawing on Mercury's unique resources, Dr. Grant Hillerson led a team that developed a novel treatment protocol combining targeted nanodelivery systems with compounds derived from radiation-resistant extremophile bacteria discovered in Mercury's subsurface rocks. These organisms had evolved mechanisms to repair DNA damage that proved adaptable to human physiology. By year 50, the Hillerson protocol had achieved remarkable success, with remission rates exceeding 80% for most forms of radiation-induced cancer. Beyond saving many of the first-generation colonists, the treatment represented Mercury's first significant medical innovation, a therapy developed entirely on Mercury that would later be exported to Earth and other space settlements to treat radiation exposure. The radiation crisis also accelerated a generational transition in leadership, as some of the original colonists stepped back from active roles to focus on their health. Positions of responsibility increasingly passed to the children of the sun, the first generation of adults born on Mercury, now in their late 20s and early 30s. These Mercury natives brought perspectives fundamentally different from their Earth-born predecessors. They had never known life under an open sky, had never experienced Earth gravity, and had been raised with an innate understanding of the systems and protocols necessary for survival on Mercury. Nella Wright Foster, daughter of one of the engineers who had sacrificed their lives during the thermal crisis decades earlier, became the youngest department head in Mercury's history when she was appointed Director of Agricultural Systems at age 29. Her innovations in low-gravity plant breeding created new varieties of staple crops that yielded 30% more nutritional value per square meter of growing space. Luke Howden, another Mercury-born leader, revolutionized the energy storage systems as chief engineer of the Grid Authority, developing phase-change thermal batteries that could hold energy through Mercury's long night with minimal loss. By year 52, Mercury-born citizens held approximately 40% of senior positions across government and essential services, despite representing only about 25% of the adult population. This transition was not without tension. Some Earth-born colonists expressed concerns about being marginalized, but the process was generally peaceful, managed through Mercury's constitutional processes rather than conflict. As Mercury's political and cultural independence solidified, its economic relationship with Earth also evolved. What had begun as total dependence, followed by a period of forced self-sufficiency, transformed into a mutually beneficial trade relationship. Mercury began exporting specialized materials and technologies that capitalized on its unique conditions and capabilities. The first commercial export, beginning in year 49, was ultra-pure metals processed in Mercury's solar forges. The absence of oxidizing atmosphere and the intense, precisely controlled heat of the forges enabled the production of alloys with properties unachievable in Earth's manufacturing facilities. These materials commanded premium prices for applications in aerospace, advanced electronics, and medical devices. Mercury also exported intellectual property, designs, processes, and research data developed under Mercury's extreme conditions. The radiation shielding composites, thermal management systems, and closed-loop life support technologies all had valuable applications for Earth's growing orbital infrastructure and other space settlements. By year 54, Mercury was receiving regular payment in the form of specialty supplies and equipment that remained difficult to produce locally, establishing a balanced trade relationship rather than the previous pattern of dependency. This economic development enabled Mercury's most ambitious engineering project to date, the construction of Mercury Station, the first orbital platform in Mercury space built entirely from locally manufactured components. Unlike previous orbital facilities, which had been assembled from Earth-manufactured modules, Mercury Station was designed specifically for Mercury's conditions and requirements. Construction began in year 53 with the launch of initial components from the Icarus mass driver, an electromagnetic launching system built along 20 kilometers of track on Mercury's surface. The mass driver accelerated payloads to escape velocity using only electrical energy from the colony's solar arrays, eliminating the need for chemical rockets for most launches. Components were assembled in orbit by a team of Mercury-born astronauts who had trained specifically for operations in Mercury orbit's unique radiation and thermal environment. By year 55, Mercury Station had grown to a habitable volume capable of supporting a permanent crew of 12. The station served multiple functions: scientific research on the Sun from Mercury's advantageous position, coordination of interplanetary communications, management of the growing constellation of resource mapping satellites in Mercury orbit, and perhaps most importantly, a demonstration of Mercury's technological capabilities. The station's completion coincided with a major decision in Mercury's ongoing development, the approval of the Heliodome project. This ambitious plan called for the construction of the largest surface habitat ever attempted, a true city under a dome, built in a shallow crater 15 kilometers from Penumbra Station. Unlike previous surface structures, which had been limited in scope and primarily functional in design, Heliodome would be a comprehensive environment incorporating residential, recreational, agricultural, and civic spaces in a single integrated structure spanning over 1 kilometer in diameter. The groundbreaking ceremony for Heliodome, held in the final month of year 55, symbolized Mercury's transition from a collection of underground settlements to a world consciously shaping its surface. Governor Teresa Dodson, the first Mercury-born citizen to hold the colony's highest office, turned the first ceremonial shovel of regolith at the crater's center, surrounded by representatives from all Mercury settlements. "Today we begin a new chapter in Mercury's story," Dodson announced to the assembled crowd and to viewers connected from across the settlements. "Our predecessors dug into Mercury's crust to find safety. We, their children and grandchildren, now step forward with the confidence to build upward as well as downward. Heliodome will be more than a habitat. It will be a statement that humans are not just surviving on Mercury, but creating a civilization worthy of this world and the people who call it home." As night fell on the ceremony site, the sun slipping below the crater rim as it had done countless times before humans ever set foot on Mercury, the assembled colonists illuminated thousands of small lights, creating a constellation on the ground that outlined the future dome's perimeter. From orbit, Mercury Station captured images of this ring of light glowing against the darkness of the planet's surface, a perfect symbol of humanity's presence on a world of extremes, a civilization forged in the interplay of shadow and blinding light that defined life on Mercury. 55 years after the first landing, Mercury was no longer Earth's colony. It had become, in both practical reality and formal declaration, a sovereign world, the second home of humanity, with its own governance, culture, and vision for the future. The next phase would not be about establishing humanity's presence on Mercury, but about defining what kind of civilization Mercury would become. Part 6: Technologies of Survival. Necessity breeds innovation. On Mercury, necessity was as constant as the sun itself. The construction of Heliodome marked the beginning of Mercury's technological golden age, a 15-year period of unprecedented innovation driven by the colony's unique challenges and growing confidence in its ability to engineer solutions specific to Mercury's environment. As humanity's presence on the innermost planet expanded across and beneath its surface, the technologies that enabled this expansion became increasingly sophisticated and specialized, diverging from their Earth origins to become truly Mercurian. The most visible manifestation of this technological evolution was in the tools and systems that allowed humans to function in Mercury's harsh conditions. For the first half-century of colonization, protection from the environment had been primarily structural. Habitats shielded humans from radiation and temperature extremes. But as the population grew and activities expanded, more personal solutions were required to allow greater mobility and flexibility. Perhaps the most remarkable of these innovations was the development of thermal regulators, micro-scale implantable devices that helped the human body manage extreme temperature fluctuations. The technology originated from the Mercury Medical Institute's research into treating radiation damage, but evolved into something far more sophisticated. Dr. Paula Crystal, lead developer of the thermal regulator system, described the technology in a presentation to the Scientific Council in year 57. The human body already possesses remarkable thermal regulation capabilities, but they evolved for Earth's relatively narrow temperature range. On Mercury, we need to augment these natural systems. Our implantable micro-regulators monitor body temperature at key points and respond before dangerous conditions develop. The first-generation thermal regulators functioned primarily by adjusting blood flow to maximize or minimize heat dissipation, acting somewhat like an enhanced version of the body's own thermoregulatory systems. Later versions introduced in year 62 incorporated biochemical elements that could temporarily accelerate or suppress metabolic processes that generated heat. By year 65, the most advanced models included networks of subdermal thermal filaments that could actively transfer heat in or out of the body as needed. While the regulators were never intended to allow unprotected surface excursions, Mercury's extremes remained far beyond what any biological system could tolerate. They dramatically improved safety margins during outdoor operations and provided critical protection during habitat emergencies. A colonist with thermal regulators could survive several hours in a failing habitat section, where temperatures might rise to 50 degrees Celsius or fall below freezing, providing precious time for emergency response teams to effect repairs or evacuation. Complementing the biological approach of thermal regulators was the purely material innovation of helioshields, perhaps Mercury's most economically significant technological development. These advanced composite materials were designed to simultaneously protect against solar radiation while harvesting a portion of that radiation as energy. The technology solved two critical problems at once: shielding habitats from Mercury's intense sunlight and converting that sunlight into usable power with unprecedented efficiency. The breakthrough came from the Materials Science Division at Solstice Station in year 58. Building on decades of research into radiation-resistant composites, scientists discovered that certain crystalline structures incorporating rare earth elements found in Mercury's regolith could selectively filter wavelengths of electromagnetic radiation. When these materials were arranged in precise nanoscale patterns, they could reflect harmful ultraviolet and X-ray radiation while transmitting and converting visible and infrared light into electrical energy through photovoltaic effects. The first practical helioshield panels were installed on the exterior of Heliodome during its construction phase in year 59. The initial version achieved 43% energy conversion efficiency, already superior to traditional solar panels, while blocking over 99% of harmful radiation. By year 67, fifth-generation helioshields had reached 58% efficiency, transforming Mercury's most dangerous environmental feature into its greatest resource. The technology became Mercury's signature export, with Earth paying premium prices for helioshield components to enhance orbital solar arrays throughout the inner solar system. While thermal regulation and radiation protection addressed Mercury's most immediate environmental hazards, the colony's reduced gravity presented a more subtle but equally significant challenge. At 38% of Earth gravity, long-term residents, especially those born on Mercury, developed decreased bone density and muscle mass that could become problematic over time. The colony's early solution had been mandatory exercise regimens, but by the mid-60 years, a more elegant approach emerged. Grav boots began as medical devices designed by Dr. Paul Watson at the Mercury Rehabilitation Center. The boots incorporated programmable resistance elements that could be adjusted to simulate different gravity conditions during walking or running. The first models were bulky, using mechanical springs and fluid resistance systems, but rapidly evolved to incorporate artificial muscle fibers and programmable polymers that adjusted tension in response to motion. By year 63, grav boots had become standard equipment for Mercury-born citizens, worn regularly during daily activities to provide the resistance necessary to maintain musculoskeletal health. The technology continued to evolve, with later models extending beyond footwear to include full gravity suits, with resistance elements strategically positioned throughout the garment to target specific muscle groups and skeletal loading points. Dr. Watson's research team demonstrated that Mercury natives who regularly used properly calibrated grav boots showed bone density and muscle mass comparable to Earth norms, despite living their entire lives in reduced gravity. This finding had profound implications for long-term habitability, suggesting that physiological adaptation to Mercury conditions would not necessarily limit future generations' ability to travel to other worlds, including Earth. While protecting human biology was a primary concern, equally important was adapting Earth's food production systems to Mercury's unique conditions. Mercurian agriculture evolved far beyond the simple hydroponics of the early settlement years into a sophisticated science that leveraged Mercury's unique properties rather than simply compensating for its limitations. The Agricultural Research Division at Hermes Gardens pioneered plants specifically adapted for Mercury's environment. Using selective breeding augmented by genetic modification, they developed varieties that thrived in the constant artificial lighting and reduced gravity of Mercury's indoor farms. These plants had several distinctive characteristics: more efficient vertical growth patterns that maximized production in limited space, enhanced radiation resistance for varieties grown in the surface domes where some filtered radiation was inevitable, and optimized nutrient uptake systems that required less water and fertilizer. Most remarkable was the development of time-shifted cultivation techniques that took advantage of Mercury's unusual day-night cycle. Certain energy-intensive crops were synchronized with Mercury's orbital period, with growth phases timed to coincide with the abundant solar energy of Mercury day and dormancy or harvest periods aligned with Mercury night. This approach reduced the energy required to maintain artificial growing conditions, as plants could be exposed to filtered natural sunlight during appropriate growth phases. By year 65, Mercury's agricultural system had achieved complete self-sufficiency for basic nutrition, with a diverse enough crop base to provide not just sustenance, but culinary variety. The specialized crops, particularly the high-protein, nutritionally dense solar grain, became another valuable export, with Earth research stations adopting Mercury-developed varieties for use in orbital and lunar facilities, where similar space and resource constraints applied. One of Mercury's most persistent and underestimated challenges was dust management. Mercury's regolith, the layer of pulverized rock covering the planet's surface, was not only abrasive but also electrostatically charged due to solar wind exposure. This dust infiltrated mechanical systems, degraded seals, contaminated air supplies, and posed respiratory hazards when brought inside habitats on spacesuits or equipment. The colony's response was the development of increasingly sophisticated dust filtration and management systems. By year 60, every airlock incorporated multi-stage electromagnetic fields that actively repelled dust particles from suits and equipment before the inner door was opened. Habitat air circulation systems featured nanoporous filters that trapped particles as small as 0.1 microns, while maintaining flow rates sufficient for efficient climate control. The most advanced application of this technology was the atmospheric curtain installed throughout heliodome. These invisible barriers of precisely tuned electrical and magnetic fields prevented dust migration between different zones of the habitat without impeding human movement or requiring physical doors. The technology allowed for the creation of clean zones, with hospital-grade air purity adjacent to areas where dustier activities like equipment maintenance took place. The combination of all these innovations contributed to what became known as the Great Recycling, Mercury's approach to resource management that achieved near-total circularity by year 67. In this system, virtually nothing was wasted. Materials moved continuously through different forms and applications in a carefully managed cycle that mimicked and expanded upon natural ecological processes. Water recycling reached 99.7% efficiency through a combination of mechanical filtration, chemical processing, and biological purification. The remaining 0.3% loss, primarily from unavoidable leakage and certain industrial processes, was replaced by continued harvesting of water ice from the polar craters, an operation that had become highly automated with specialized drones that could operate in the permanently shadowed regions. Air recycling achieved similar efficiency through the integration of mechanical carbon dioxide scrubbers with biological systems. The massive agricultural areas served as the colony's lungs, with plant photosynthesis providing the primary oxygen regeneration. This was supplemented by specialized algae tanks that could rapidly adjust oxygen production rates to match fluctuating demands. Solid waste underwent complete transformation through a multi-stage process that separated valuable elements for reuse. Organic materials were processed through biodigesters that produced fertilizer for agriculture and methane for certain chemical processes. Inorganic waste was mechanically and chemically separated into component materials, with metals and rare elements recovered for manufacturing and non-recyclable residuals incorporated into construction materials. Even human remains became part of this cycle. When a colonist died, their body was ceremonially processed through what was called the return ritual, a dignified procedure that recovered medical implants for reuse, then composted the organic material to nourish memorial gardens where specially selected plants grew in their honor. These gardens, located in each major settlement, served as both remembrance spaces and symbols of the continuous cycle of life that sustained the colony. The sophistication of Mercury's recycling systems required equally advanced information technology to monitor and manage the countless interdependent processes. This need drove the development of the neural network, Mercury's integrated planetary information system that evolved far beyond Earth's conventional computer networks. Unlike Earth's internet, which had developed primarily as a communication medium, Mercury's neural network was designed from the foundation as a comprehensive management system for the colony's life support and infrastructure. Every aspect of Mercury's environment, from air composition to water quality to energy distribution, was continuously monitored by distributed sensor arrays and regulated by automated systems operating under the network's coordination. Dr. Samira Dawin, chief architect of the neural network's third-generation design implemented in year 64, described it as not merely a tool that humans use, but a partner system that independently maintains our artificial biosphere while we sleep, works, or explore. It is to Mercury what the autonomic nervous system is to the human body, the vigilant, tireless manager of essential functions. The neural network's most visible manifestation was the environmental awareness field present in all Mercury habitats, a responsive information overlay accessible through ubiquitous display surfaces and personal devices. This system provided real-time data on local conditions, resource availability, and system status, creating a population with unprecedented environmental literacy. Mercury residents instinctively understood their impact on the closed system they inhabited because the feedback was immediate and transparent. Behind this public interface lay the network's true power, a predictive modeling capacity that continuously ran millions of simulations based on current conditions and potential changes. This predictive capacity allowed the colony to anticipate and prevent system failures before they occurred, identifying, for instance, that a particular water reclamation subsystem was showing subtle signs of degradation weeks before it would have manifested as a measurable problem. The processing demands of the neural network presented one of Mercury's most persistent technological challenges: manufacturing complex electronics with limited resources. The colony had achieved self-sufficiency in basic electrical components by year 40, but advanced computing hardware remained dependent on Earth imports until the breakthrough of regolith-based semiconductors in year 61. The innovation came from an unexpected collaboration between materials scientists and archaeologists studying ancient lava flows. They discovered that certain areas of Mercury's surface contained silicon dioxide deposits with naturally occurring trace elements that, when properly processed, could be used to create semiconductor materials suitable for quantum computation nodes. While these materials lacked the precision of Earth-manufactured components, they could be produced in sufficient quantities to support Mercury's expanding computational needs. By year 66, Mercury was manufacturing 70% of its computing hardware locally, with only the most specialized components still imported from Earth. This self-sufficiency proved crucial as interplanetary communication became increasingly unreliable due to solar activity and political complications on Earth. The neural network maintained full functionality even during extended communication blackouts, ensuring the colony's critical systems remained operational regardless of contact with Earth. Perhaps the most dramatic technological achievement of this period was the successful ignition of Mercury's first sustained fusion reaction in year 69. Using helium-3 extracted from Mercury's regolith through a process developed over the previous decade, the Prometheus Energy Initiative achieved fusion ignition that produced net positive energy output for 78 minutes before a controlled shutdown. While still experimental, the fusion reactor demonstrated the potential for an energy source that could complement solar power during Mercury's long nights. Unlike the massive batteries and thermal storage systems that had previously been the only solution for night cycle energy needs, fusion offered the possibility of continuous power generation independent of Mercury's position relative to the Sun. The fusion breakthrough coincided with Mercury's population reaching 2,000 in the final month of year 70. This milestone, celebrated throughout all settlements, reflected not just numerical growth, but a demographic transformation. For the first time, Mercury-born citizens constituted a majority of the population. 1186 individuals who had never known any home but Mercury, whose understanding of normal was shaped entirely by life on humanity's second world. The ceremony marking this milestone was held simultaneously across all Mercury settlements, connected via the neural network. At Heliodome, now a thriving community of over 800 residents, Governor Dodson addressed the gathered crowd beneath the vast transparent panels that filtered the harsh sunlight into a golden glow reminiscent of Earth's summer afternoons. 2,000 souls now call Mercury home, she said, her voice carried to every corner of human presence on the planet. We have not merely survived here, we have created technologies, systems, and ways of living that are uniquely adapted to this world. Our thermal regulators, our helio shields, our grav boots, our agricultural techniques, our dust management systems, our recycling processes, our neural network, and now our fusion capabilities, these are not simply adaptations of Earth technologies. They are Mercury-born innovations that reflect our identity as the first humans to truly belong to another world. As the speech concluded, the settlement lights dimmed briefly in the traditional gesture of respect, and then brightened again, a symbolic representation of Mercury's journey from darkness to light, from struggle to mastery, from survival to thriving. The technologies that had developed over the previous 15 years had transformed Mercury from a hostile environment that humans survived despite its nature, to a world that humans had learned to inhabit because of its unique properties. Mercury was no longer merely a place where humans lived. It had become a human world, shaped by and shaping the expanding civilization that called it home. And as the population continued to grow, as Mercury-born citizens increasingly assumed leadership positions, as technologies specific to Mercury conditions matured and evolved, the trajectory became increasingly clear. Mercury was not merely Earth's outpost or colony. It was becoming a civilization in its own right, with its own technologies, culture, and destiny. A second branch of humanity adapted to and defined by the most extreme environment humans had ever called home. Part 7, Between Two Worlds. They called themselves Mercurians, though some still remembered Earth. Their children would know only stories. As Mercury entered its 8th decade of human habitation, the social and cultural evolution of its society accelerated. With Mercury-born citizens now forming the majority of the population, the colony's identity underwent a profound transformation. No longer did most residents view themselves as transplanted Earthlings adapting to an alien world. Instead, a distinctly Mercurian identity had emerged, one shaped by the unique conditions of life on the solar system's innermost planet. This identity manifested most clearly in language. The term colonist, which had lingered in official communications despite becoming increasingly anachronistic, was formally replaced with Mercurian in all government documents and public discourse. The change reflected more than mere terminology. It signified a fundamental shift in how Mercury's population understood themselves and their relationship to Earth. For the dwindling number of Earth-born residents, now less than 40% of the adult population, this transition evoked complex emotions. Many had maintained a dual identity, considering themselves both citizens of Earth and pioneers of Mercury. Now, as Mercury's distinctive society solidified around them, they found themselves navigating an increasingly unfamiliar cultural landscape despite having helped create it. Nowhere was the growing divide between Earth and Mercury more apparent than in the gravity problem that emerged in year 72. As Mercury's economic importance grew and diplomatic relations with Earth expanded, the need for in-person exchanges became more pressing. However, when the first delegation of Mercury-born officials attempted to visit Earth, the physiological challenges proved far more severe than anticipated. The delegation, led by Deputy Governor Trina Albright, included 5 Mercury natives who had spent their entire lives in 0.38 gravity. Despite extensive preparation using grav boots and resistance training, all 5 experienced debilitating health effects upon arrival at Earth's lunar gateway station. Even in the Moon's 1/6 gravity, they suffered muscular strain, cardiovascular stress, and vertigo severe enough to require medical intervention. The planned descent to Earth's surface was cancelled, with the subsequent negotiations conducted via telepresence from lunar orbit. Dr. Anna Parker, Chief Medical Officer of Mercury Station, formally defined the condition as gravity transition syndrome in her subsequent report. Despite our best preventative efforts, the physiological adaptations to Mercury's gravity appear to be more profound and less reversible than previously understood. The cardiovascular system, skeletal structure, and even neurological balance mechanisms of Mercury-born individuals have developed in ways that make adaptation to higher gravity environments extremely challenging and potentially dangerous. This revelation had profound implications. Mercury-born individuals, the majority of the population and an increasing percentage of its leadership, could not physically travel to Earth. The dream of maintaining easy movement between humanity's two worlds, already complicated by distance and the harsh realities of interplanetary travel, now faced a biological barrier as well. Rather than treating this as a limitation to be overcome, a philosophical movement emerged that embraced this separation as part of Mercury's distinct identity. The Mercury perspective, formalized in a seminal essay by philosopher Dr. Thomas Marple in year 74, argued that Mercurians should view their physiological adaptation not as a disability, but as a specialization, an evolutionary branch of humanity optimized for a different environment. "We are not failed Earthlings," Marple wrote. "We are successful Mercurians. Our bodies have responded to the reality of this world in ways that make us better suited to life here. Just as Earth species diversified to fill different ecological niches, humanity now diversifies to inhabit different worlds. This is not a diminishment of our humanity, but an expansion of what humanity can be." The Mercury perspective gained rapid adherence, particularly among younger Mercurians. Its principles were incorporated into educational curricula, artistic expressions, and political discourse. Rather than lamenting their inability to walk on Earth's surface, many Mercurians came to see it as confirmation of their unique identity, a physical manifestation of the psychological and cultural distance that had been growing for decades. Earth authorities, recognizing the importance of maintaining meaningful contact despite these challenges, proposed the Homeworld Conference in year 76, the first major diplomatic meeting between Earth and Mercury representatives, to be held at the neutral location of Earth's orbital station Concordia. The conference name itself became a point of contention, with Mercury delegates objecting to the implicit categorization of Earth as their home. After diplomatic negotiations, the event was renamed the Two Worlds Conference, acknowledging Mercury's status as an independent human world rather than an offshoot of Earth. The conference, attended by representatives from Mercury's Planetary Council and delegations from Earth's major political entities, established formal frameworks for ongoing relations. The most significant outcome was the Interplanetary Trade and Cooperation Accord, which standardized terms for commerce between the worlds and established protocols for scientific and cultural exchange. Under the accord, Mercury agreed to export specialized materials and technologies that capitalized on its unique conditions: helio-shield components, ultra-pure metals from the solar forges, radiation-resistant compounds, and helium-3 for fusion research. In exchange, Earth would provide complex manufactured goods that remained beyond Mercury's production capabilities, particularly advanced electronics, specialized medical equipment, and certain biological materials, including genetic diversity stocks for agriculture. The conference also established the orbital exchange concept, permanent facilities in orbit around both planets where representatives could meet and goods could be transferred without requiring planetary landing. This pragmatic solution to the gravity barrier ensured continued face-to-face contact despite the physiological challenges of direct visitation. As Mercury's diplomatic and economic independence solidified, its cultural distinctiveness flourished as well. The Sun festivals, which had begun as informal gatherings to mark significant points in Mercury's orbit, evolved into the colony's most important cultural celebrations. These events timed to coincide with perihelion, closest approach to the Sun, aphelion, furthest point, and the equinoxes, when the terminator line between day and night passed through key settlements, combined religious elements from various Earth traditions with uniquely Mercurian symbolism and practices. The perihelion festival became the most elaborate, featuring the solar communion ceremony, where specially trained individuals wearing advanced protective gear ventured briefly onto the surface to place a ceremonial mirror that reflected sunlight into an observation chamber where the assembled community could safely view it. This ritual acknowledged both the sun's life-giving power and its deadly potential, a duality at the heart of Mercurian experience. These cultural practices reflected deeper divisions that had emerged within Mercury society itself. As the population grew and diversified, distinct subcultures formed based primarily on location and relationship to Mercury's harsh surface conditions. The Sunside culture developed among those who worked primarily in surface operations, solar collection, or in the upper levels of habitats with access to natural light. These Mercurians embraced the dynamic extremes of their world, celebrating the power and beauty of the sun while respecting its dangers. In contrast, Shadeside culture emerged among those who spent most of their lives in the deeper underground habitats or in permanently shadowed regions. This community developed its own aesthetics, emphasizing artificial illumination artistry, sound-based arts that traveled well through the enclosed spaces, and a philosophical outlook that valued stability and protection over dynamism and risk. These distinctions were not absolute. Most Mercurians moved between areas in the course of their work and lives, but they created recognizable cultural markers in art, music, fashion, and even dialect. Sunside speech tended to incorporate more technical terminology related to solar operations and surface conditions, while Shadeside language drew more heavily from mining, life support, and agricultural vocabulary. Fashion diverged as well, with Sunside styles featuring reflective elements and protective layering, while Shadeside clothing emphasized comfort and heat retention. Recreation and sports evolved to reflect Mercury's conditions and these cultural divisions. In year 79, the first Mercury Olympic Games were held, featuring competitions specifically designed for low gravity. Vertical handball became the most popular team sport, played in tall cylindrical chambers where players launched themselves off walls to pass and intercept a ball, using Mercury's reduced gravity to execute complex three-dimensional maneuvers. Distance leaping, in which competitors attempted to cross the greatest horizontal distance in a single bound, showcased the extraordinary capabilities of humans adapted to Mercury conditions, with champions regularly exceeding 30 meters. The games highlighted the physical capabilities that Mercury gravity fostered. While Mercurians struggled in Earth gravity, they possessed abilities in their native environment that Earth humans could not match without mechanical assistance. Mercury-born individuals demonstrated greater upper body strength relative to body mass, faster reaction times in three-dimensional movement, and cardiovascular efficiency optimized for their environment. These physical differences became another source of pride in the growing Mercurian identity. Education on Mercury evolved to reflect this dual identity, embracing Mercury's uniqueness while maintaining connection to humanity's broader heritage. The standardized curriculum developed in year 80 established a balance between Earth-originated knowledge and Mercury-specific sciences. Students studied Earth's history, literature, and natural environments through immersive virtual reality experiences, while also mastering the practical skills and theoretical understanding necessary for life on Mercury. Dr. Barbara Breitma, Director of Education for the Planetary Council, described the philosophy behind this approach. We teach our children about Earth not as a lost homeland, but as a sibling world, different from ours, but connected through the shared humanity of our ancestors. They learn Earth's blue skies and oceans not as something they have been denied, but as another expression of the environments humans have inhabited. Simultaneously, they learn to understand and value the unique conditions of Mercury, our long days and nights, our relationship with the sun, the underground networks that sustain us. We are raising not exiles from Earth, but natives of Mercury who understand their place in humanity's broader story. This educational approach produced a generation with a sophisticated understanding of their distinctive identity, Mercurians who felt connected to human history and culture, while recognizing and embracing their differences from Earth humans. By year 83, Mercury's educational system was being studied by other off-Earth settlements as a model for developing healthy cultural identity in non-Earth environments. The relationship between the two worlds entered a new phase in year 84 with the return of Darius Steberson, the first Mercury-born individual to successfully visit Earth's surface. Steberson, a physician specializing in gravitational medicine, had undergone an experimental 3-year adaptation protocol that included gradual gravity acclimation, skeletal reinforcement, and cardiovascular conditioning. The process was grueling and only partially successful. Steberson could function in Earth gravity for limited periods, but required mechanical assistance and regular medical intervention to prevent serious health complications. Steberson's 6-month stay on Earth was intended primarily as a medical research mission, gathering data on adaptation strategies that might make future exchanges more viable. However, his observations of Earth conditions provided Mercury with its first direct assessment of the home world from a Mercurian perspective in decades. His report to the Planetary Council upon return was troubling. While official communications from Earth had maintained an optimistic tone regarding environmental recovery efforts and resource management, Steberson's first-hand observations painted a darker picture. Accelerating climate instability, resource conflicts, and social stratification far more severe than had been acknowledged in diplomatic exchanges. Earth remains beautiful in ways that recordings cannot fully capture, Steberson stated in his public address, broadcast throughout Mercury's settlements. The experience of standing beneath an open sky, feeling wind on my face, and seeing water extend to the horizon are sensations that defy description. But beneath this beauty lies a world in struggle, a planet where the abundance that we imagine based on historical accounts has been severely compromised. The Earth that our grandparents left behind no longer exists. Steberson described environmental degradation that had rendered significant regions uninhabitable, resource scarcity that had intensified political conflicts, and a stark division between those with access to remaining areas of stability and the growing population of environmental refugees. Most concerning was his assessment that Earth's authorities were concealing the severity of these issues, both from their own populations and from off-world settlements, to maintain political stability and economic confidence. This revelation prompted an emergency session of Mercury's Planetary Council to reassess the colony's relationship with Earth. The session resulted in two significant policy shifts. First, an acceleration of Mercury's self-sufficiency initiatives to reduce dependency on Earth imports. And second, a quiet expansion of Mercury's capacity to receive refugees should Earth's situation deteriorate further. We must prepare for a future in which Earth may need Mercury more than Mercury needs Earth, concluded Governor Dodson in her address following the session. Our responsibility is not only to our own citizens, but to humanity itself. If Earth's path becomes unsustainable, Mercury may need to preserve not just our branch of human civilization, but the core of human knowledge, culture, and genetic diversity. As year 85 began, Mercury stood at a crossroads. The physiological barrier between Earth and Mercury-born humans had evolved from a medical curiosity to a defining feature of the relationship between humanity's two worlds. The cultural identity of Mercury had solidified around this separation, embracing distinctiveness rather than lamenting division. And now, with the revelation of Earth's deteriorating conditions, Mercury faced the possibility that its role in human civilization might become far more central than anyone had anticipated when the first small habitat was established at Prokofiev Crater 85 years earlier. The gravity that had once bound all humans to Earth had been overcome through technology. The gravity that now shaped Mercury's people into something physiologically distinct from their Earth cousins could not be so easily conquered. Between these two worlds, connected by origin and communication, but increasingly separated by biology, culture, and circumstance, the future of humanity would unfold along divergent but interconnected paths. Part 8: The Crisis Years. For 8 decades, Mercury colonists had battled their planet's hostile environment. Now they faced a new enemy, themselves. The revelation of Earth's deteriorating conditions triggered a profound shift in Mercury's trajectory. What had been a gradual, managed growth suddenly accelerated as Earth authorities began quietly encouraging migration to off-world settlements. Between years 85 and 87, Mercury received 4 transport ships carrying a total of 312 new residents, more than triple the immigration rate of the previous decade. These newcomers, primarily specialists in fields Mercury still lacked, were ostensibly part of an exchange program, but the imbalance was clear. Very few Mercurians went the other direction. The Planetary Council, recognizing the potential benefits of this influx of skill and genetic diversity, initially welcomed the newcomers. Integration programs were established, housing expanded, and training provided to help Earth-born immigrants adapt to Mercury's unique conditions. But as the pace of arrivals increased, strains began to appear in systems designed for more gradual growth. By year 88, Mercury's population had swelled to nearly 2,600, a 30% increase in just 3 years. This surge created unprecedented pressure on life support systems, living space, and resource allocation. Recycling efficiency dropped as systems operated beyond designed capacity. Energy consumption outpaced production during night cycles, leading to rolling blackouts in peripheral sections of the major settlements. Food production, despite expanded agricultural areas, struggled to meet increased demand. Governor Sanjay Moji addressed these concerns in a colony-wide broadcast at the beginning of year 89. Our success has created new challenges. Mercury has proven that humans can not only survive but thrive on this world. Now we must prove that we can manage our growth sustainably, ensuring that our children and grandchildren inherit a stable, prosperous Mercury. The speech announced a comprehensive infrastructure expansion plan, including new agricultural domes, enhanced water reclamation facilities, and expanded energy storage systems. These projects required significant labor and resources, necessitating rationing of non-essential services and temporary restrictions on personal energy and water allocations. Most Mercurians accepted these measures as necessary sacrifices for long-term stability. However, the real test of Mercury's resilience came not from resource constraints, but from an unexpected biological threat. In the winter of year 90, medical facilities began reporting cases of a respiratory illness, with symptoms unlike any previously documented on Mercury. Patients experienced progressive breathing difficulty, fatigue, and in severe cases, permanent lung damage. The disease spread rapidly through the densely populated underground habitats, particularly affecting recent immigrants whose immune systems lacked exposure to the Mercury environment. Dr. Alexis Flynn, chief epidemiologist at Central Medical, identified the cause after extensive analysis. A microorganism native to Mercury's subsurface environment that had evolved to thrive in the colony's artificial habitats. The pathogen, found in certain regolith deposits, had been present since the early days of colonization, but had remained largely dormant until recent excavations for expansion disturbed deeper deposits containing more virulent strains. The dust plague, as it became known, reached crisis levels by mid-year 91, with over 600 active cases and 17 fatalities. Emergency measures included mandatory filtration masks in public areas, restrictions on movement between settlements, and the establishment of isolation facilities for severe cases. Research teams worked around the clock to develop effective treatments, eventually creating a targeted antiviral therapy that could manage symptoms and prevent progression to severe disease. By year 92, the immediate crisis had passed, but the dust plague left lasting impacts. Nearly 50 Mercurians suffered permanent lung damage, requiring ongoing medical support. More significantly, the experience shattered the illusion of safety that had developed over decades of successful adaptation to Mercury's environment. The planet had found a new way to remind its human inhabitants of their vulnerability. The plague also exacerbated growing political divisions within Mercury society. The northern settlements, Penumbra, Solstice, and the newer outposts along the polar rim had experienced both higher infection rates and more severe outcomes due to their older filtration systems and greater population density. When the Planetary Council, dominated by representatives from these northern settlements, implemented colony-wide resource allocations to fund medical response and prevention infrastructure, southern settlements, particularly Caloris Outpost and its subsidiary habitats, objected strenuously. "We are being asked to sacrifice our development to compensate for northern mismanagement," declared Councillor Lindsay Richards of Caloris in a contentious council session. "Our filtration systems prevented major outbreaks because we invested in them proactively. Now our resources are being diverted to upgrade northern systems that should have been maintained properly from the beginning." This north-south division crystallized around more than just the plague response. Fundamental differences in outlook and priorities had been developing for years. The northern settlements, established first and home to the majority of Mercury's population, emphasized stability, tradition, and the communal ethic that had sustained the colony through its early struggles. The southern settlements, newer and populated by a higher proportion of recent immigrants, valued growth, individual initiative, and technological innovation over tradition. These philosophical differences became practical conflicts when the issue of water rights emerged in year 94. New geological surveys had identified substantial ice deposits in the southern polar region, potentially exceeding the northern sources that had supplied the colony since its founding. Caloris Outpost claimed primary extraction rights to these southern deposits based on proximity and discovery, while the northern settlements insisted that all water resources should be managed centrally and distributed according to population needs. The dispute escalated from council debates to direct action when Caloris authorities established an independent extraction operation at the southern ice fields without planetary council approval. Northern settlements responded by restricting equipment and personnel transfers to the south. Within weeks, the situation had deteriorated into what historians would later call the resource wars, not a military conflict in the traditional sense, but a dangerous breakdown of the cooperative systems that had sustained Mercury for nearly a century. As internal divisions threatened Mercury's stability, external support diminished rapidly. Earth, confronting escalating crises of its own, drastically reduced both material shipments and communications. By year 95, supply missions had become irregular and carried only a fraction of their former capacity. Technical support for complex systems, previously available through constant communication with Earth specialists, became unreliable as transmission gaps stretched from days to weeks. Mercury found itself forced into true self-sufficiency far earlier than planned. Manufacturing facilities scrambled to produce components previously imported. Research teams worked to replicate essential medicines and materials. Agricultural specialists accelerated development of new crop varieties to replace imported supplements. This necessity-driven innovation produced remarkable advances, but stretched Mercury's resources during an already challenging period. The stress on Mercury's infrastructure and society reached breaking point in year 96 with the Great Blackout, a massive solar flare, the largest recorded since colonization began, struck Mercury with minimal warning. Despite established protection protocols, the intensity of the event overwhelmed defensive measures. Surface facilities suffered catastrophic damage, including the destruction of nearly 40% of external solar collection capacity. Power relays throughout the colony failed, plunging settlements into darkness and emergency life support mode for nearly 72 hours. When systems were finally restored, the toll became clear. 36 dead from various accidents and life support failures, hundreds injured, and infrastructure damage that would take years to fully repair. The disaster highlighted the vulnerability of even deep underground habitats to extreme solar events when critical surface connections were compromised. This realization prompted the development of deep habitats, settlements excavated kilometers below Mercury's surface, with minimal dependence on surface systems. The first of these, Deepwell, began construction in year 97, using natural caverns discovered during expanded geological surveys. Located 4 kilometers beneath Caloris Basin, Deepwell was designed to function autonomously even if all surface systems failed. With geothermal energy tapping Mercury's residual heat, independent water recycling, and agricultural systems using artificial lighting exclusively. Governor Moji promoted deep habitats as Mercury's future. We have learned that even our most robust surface connections represent vulnerability. By moving deeper, by embracing our place beneath Mercury's protective shield, we ensure our survival regardless of what the sun throws at us. Not all Mercurians embraced this vision. The Great Blackout had inspired an opposite reaction among a minority who questioned the conventional wisdom of hiding from Mercury's surface conditions. This movement, calling themselves the Solarians, advocated for accelerated adaptation to surface conditions rather than retreat underground. Led by Dr. Phil Huntley, a specialist in evolutionary biology and adaptation, the Solarians argued that long-term survival on Mercury required working with rather than against the planet's natural conditions. Their manifesto, published in year 98, outlined a radical alternative vision. For a century, we have treated Mercury as our enemy, hiding from its touch, trembling at its power. This approach has brought us to crisis. We must instead embrace Mercury's true nature, the power of the sun, the vacuum of space, the rhythm of extremes. Through biotechnology, mechanical augmentation, and sustainable surface habitats, humans can adapt to thrive on Mercury as it is, not as we wish it to be. The Solarians established an experimental habitat called Helios in a small crater near the equator, where they tested technologies for surviving surface conditions. Advanced radiation shielding techniques, mobile habitats that could track the Terminator line between day and night, and biological modifications to enhance radiation resistance and thermal regulation. While initially dismissed as dangerous radicals, their innovations, particularly in radiation protection, eventually gained wider recognition and application. As these philosophical divisions deepened, Mercury faced a more immediate challenge: sustainable population. By year 99, the colony had grown to nearly 3,200 residents, increasing resource pressure despite efficiency improvements. Birth rates remained high, particularly among established Mercurian families, while immigration, though reduced from its peak, continued to bring new residents. Projections indicated that without intervention, population could reach 5,000 within another decade, far exceeding sustainable capacity even with aggressive expansion. After months of contentious debate, the Planetary Council implemented the Sustainable Population Accord in the final months of year 99. The accord established strict population control measures. Each settlement received a population allocation based on resource capacity, with reproduction licenses distributed through a lottery system. Immigrants were required to complete a 3-year integration period before becoming eligible for the reproduction lottery, and all residents received mandatory contraceptive implants that could only be deactivated with a valid license. These measures generated significant resistance, particularly among the southern settlements where a higher proportion of recent immigrants resided. Protests erupted at Caloris Outpost, with demonstrators condemning the policy as discriminatory against newcomers. Northern settlements, while generally more supportive of population controls, objected to the centralized management system that reduced local autonomy in implementation. The colony teetered on the edge of serious civil conflict. 3 successive Planetary Council sessions ended in deadlock, with representatives unable to agree on modifications to the population policy or resolution of the ongoing resource disputes. Productivity declined as political attention focused on internal divisions rather than external challenges. Some began to question whether Mercury's experiment in human settlement might collapse not from environmental threats, but from social fracture. It was in this atmosphere of crisis that a group of respected figures from all major settlements convened an emergency conference independent of the formal political structure. This Mercury Unity Convention, led by Dr. Brittany Hallgrant, the colony's most senior living scientist and a witness to nearly 8 decades of Mercury's development, spent 30 days in closed-door negotiations at a neutral location in the unclaimed Middle Territories between North and South. On the first day of Mercury's 100th year of human habitation, the convention presented the Mercury Unity Accord, a comprehensive peace agreement addressing the colony's fundamental divisions. The accord included several key provisions: a decentralized resource management system that granted settlements primary rights to resources in their immediate territory, while establishing mandatory contribution to a common reserve for emergency use. All settlements gained access to ice deposits proportional to their population, with extraction operations managed jointly rather than by individual territories. Population management shifted to a tiered system, maintaining overall controls but allowing settlements flexibility in implementation based on their specific needs and capacity. The discriminatory aspects of the original system were eliminated, with all residents receiving equal consideration regardless of origin or duration on Mercury. The establishment of a formal scientific exchange between deep habitat proponents and Solarians, with a commitment to integrating valuable innovations from both approaches, rather than forcing a single development path on all settlements. Most importantly, the accord restructured Mercury's governmental system, replacing the increasingly dysfunctional planetary council with a two-chamber legislature, a population chamber with representatives allocated by population, favoring the northern settlements, and a settlement chamber with equal representation for each major habitat regardless of size, favoring the southern and newer settlements. Major decisions required majority support in both chambers, ensuring no faction could impose its will without compromise. The Unity Accord was presented to all settlements simultaneously, with residents given 3 weeks to review and vote on ratification. The final tally showed overwhelming support, 86% in favor, with majority approval in every settlement. 100 days after presentation, the new governmental structure took effect, with elections held for the dual-chamber legislature. At the inauguration ceremony for the new government, held in the neutral Middle Territory that would become home to Mercury's new capital, Dr. Brittany Hallgrant addressed the assembled representatives and viewers connected from across Mercury's settlements. 100 years ago, humans arrived on this harsh world as visitors from Earth. Today, we are Mercurians, shaped by this world physically, culturally, and socially. Our crisis was painful but necessary, the final step in our evolution from colony to civilization. We have learned that our greatest threat is not Mercury's environment, which we have learned to manage, but our own human tendency toward division and conflict, which we must continuously work to overcome. As we begin our second century on Mercury, we do so not as separate settlements or competing factions, but as a united people who have earned our place on this world through struggle, sacrifice, and now, reconciliation. As the ceremony concluded, representatives symbolically mixed soil samples from all major settlements into a single container, from which a young tree would be planted in the new capital complex, a living symbol of Mercury's unity growing from diversity. The crisis years had tested Mercury more severely than any environmental challenge, but from that crucible emerged a stronger, more resilient society prepared to face its second century as a truly independent human world. Part 9, Second Genesis. 100 years after the first human set foot on Mercury, the planet was no longer just a colony. It was evolving. The ratification of the Mercury Unity Accord marked more than just a political resolution to the crisis years. It represented an inflection point in Mercury's development, a transition from the struggle to survive on an alien world to the conscious shaping of a new branch of humanity uniquely adapted to that world. The second century of human presence on Mercury would be defined not by adaptation to hostile conditions, but by the deliberate evolution of both the inhabitants and their environment. This evolutionary approach manifested most dramatically in the launch of the Darwin Project in year 101. Named after Earth's pioneering evolutionary theorist, the initiative represented Mercury's most ambitious biological research program to date. Unlike previous medical interventions that had focused on treating the adverse effects of Mercury conditions, the Darwin Project aimed to fundamentally modify human biology to thrive in those conditions. Dr. Sammy Cates, the project's director, outlined its revolutionary approach in her founding address. For a century, we have used technology to shield humans from Mercury's reality. This approach has allowed us to survive, but at tremendous resource cost and with persistent vulnerability. The Darwin Project proposes a complementary path, carefully targeted biological modifications that enhance human resilience to radiation, low gravity, and the other challenges of Mercury life. We will not abandon our protective technologies, but rather reduce our dependence on them through biological adaptation. The project began with the least controversial applications: gene therapies for adults that enhanced cellular repair mechanisms to better address radiation damage. These treatments built upon decades of research into radiation response and incorporated discoveries from the study of extremophile bacteria found in Mercury's subsurface rocks. By year 103, the therapies had been administered to over 200 volunteer participants, with preliminary results showing a 37% reduction in radiation-induced cellular damage compared to untreated individuals with similar exposure profiles. As confidence in the approach grew, the Darwin Project expanded to address other Mercury-specific challenges. Bone density treatments that stimulated enhanced calcium deposition helped counteract the effects of low gravity. Metabolic modifications improved temperature regulation capabilities. Enhanced night vision adaptations allowed individuals to function better in the dimmer lighting of deep habitats. Each modification underwent rigorous testing and ethical review before wider implementation. The most controversial aspect of the Darwin Project emerged in year 105 with the proposal for germline modifications, genetic changes that would be inherited by future generations. The ethical debate consumed Mercury society for months, with public forums in every settlement addressing questions of consent, human identity, and the implications of creating a genetically distinct subpopulation of humanity. The Unity Legislature eventually approved a carefully circumscribed germline program in year 106. Participation was strictly voluntary, limited to specific modifications with overwhelming safety evidence, and required comprehensive counseling about the multi-generational implications. The first children with inherited adaptations were born in year 108, carrying genetic modifications for enhanced radiation resistance, improved calcium metabolism, and optimized vitamin D synthesis. These second-generation children, as they became known, represented the first deliberate evolutionary step of humanity beyond its Earth origins. Parallel to human adaptation, Mercury's botanical science underwent its own revolutionary transformation. The Mercurian Botany Initiative, established in year 102, focused on developing plant species specifically adapted to the unique conditions of Mercury's artificial environments. Building on decades of selective breeding and basic genetic modifications, The initiative employed advanced techniques to create entirely new varieties optimized for Mercury's needs. The most successful creations were the low-light cultivars, plants engineered to photosynthesize efficiently under the artificial lighting of deep habitats, requiring significantly less energy input than their Earth ancestors. These plants featured enhanced chlorophyll variants and modified leaf structures that maximized light capture. By year 110, low-light wheat, soy, and vegetable varieties produced yields comparable to Earth equivalents while using less than 40% of the lighting energy. Equally important were the cyclical crops developed to synchronize with Mercury's unique day-night rhythm. These plants could be programmed to alternate between growth and dormancy phases following Mercury's 88 Earth day cycles, allowing agricultural operations to take advantage of the intense natural sunlight during day periods while conserving energy during night phases. The technique was particularly valuable for surface domes and shallow habitats where filtered natural light could be utilized. Perhaps most remarkable were the synergistic ecosystems that emerged from the Mercurian Botany Initiative. Rather than focusing on individual crop species, researchers developed integrated plant communities where each species complemented the other's needs. Nitrogen-fixing plants were paired with heavy nutrient consumers, water-cycling species with moisture-dependent ones, and carbon dioxide specialists with oxygen optimizers. These ecosystems, when established in contained agricultural modules, created surprisingly stable microenvironments that required minimal external management. Dr. Will Cooley, lead botanist of the initiative, observed that these developments represented more than mere technical improvements. We are witnessing the emergence of a distinctly Mercurian ecology, plant communities that could only exist here, in our artificially maintained but uniquely Mercurian environments. These are not Earth plants adapted to Mercury. They are becoming Mercury plants, as different from their ancestors as we are becoming from ours. The most visible manifestation of human adaptation to Mercury's environment was the emergence of the Sunwalkers program in year 104. This elite corps of specialists underwent extensive physical conditioning, medical modifications, and specialized training to extend their capacity to work on Mercury's surface. Using a combination of Darwin Project enhancements and advanced protective technology, Sunwalkers could remain on the surface for up to 6 hours during optimal conditions, far longer than the 2-hour maximum considered safe for conventional surface operations. Sunwalkers received enhanced thermal regulation implants, radiation-resistant genetic modifications, and specialized training in the psychological techniques needed to maintain focus in Mercury's harsh surface conditions. Their equipment incorporated the best elements of both traditional Mercury protection philosophy and Solarian adaptation approaches, including reactive shielding that adjusted to changing solar conditions and cooling systems that efficiently managed body temperature while minimizing water consumption. Initially numbering just 20 individuals, the Sunwalker Corps expanded to over 200 by year 112, becoming an essential component of Mercury's infrastructure development. Their extended operational capacity enabled projects that would have been impractical with conventional surface protocols, including the establishment of Prometheus Base, Mercury's most ambitious surface installation to date. Constructed between years 107 and 110, Prometheus Base occupied a unique location precisely at Mercury's North Pole. This position allowed for continuous solar power collection, as the sun never set below the horizon from this vantage point. The base featured a ring of solar collectors that rotated to track the sun's apparent motion, maintaining optimal collection angle throughout Mercury's orbital period. At peak operation, Prometheus generated more power than all other Mercury installations combined, energy that was distributed throughout the settlement network via superconducting cables buried beneath the surface. Beyond power generation, Prometheus served as Mercury's primary astronomical research facility. Its location provided ideal conditions for solar observation, with instruments capturing detailed data on solar activity that proved invaluable for predicting potentially dangerous flares and coronal mass ejections. The base also hosted Mercury's first significant deep space observation program, taking advantage of the long periods when Earth and other inner solar system objects were on the opposite side of the Sun to conduct astronomical research with minimal interference. The construction and operation of facilities like Prometheus Base required specialized knowledge and skills unique to Mercury conditions. This necessity drove the formalization of the Mercury education system in year 103. While education had always been a priority for the colony, the new system represented a comprehensive approach to developing Mercury-specific knowledge and transmitting it across generations. The Mercury education system established a standardized curriculum that balanced Earth-originated knowledge with Mercury-specific sciences. Primary education included the basics of life support systems, radiation safety, and habitat maintenance, alongside traditional subjects like mathematics, language, and history. Secondary education offered specialized tracks in fields crucial to Mercury's sustainability: environmental management, agricultural science, engineering disciplines adapted for Mercury conditions, and medical training focused on Mercury-specific health challenges. Higher education evolved through the establishment of the University of Mercury in year 106, with campuses in both northern and southern territories. The university specialized in research areas directly relevant to Mercury's needs, though it maintained departments covering the full spectrum of human knowledge. By year 112, it had become a respected research institution in fields including radiation biology, extreme environment engineering, and low-gravity agriculture, with scientific publications regularly transmitted to Earth and other off-world settlements. Perhaps the most significant development in Mercury's second century was what became known as the Great Synthesis, the integration of Earth-originated technologies with Mercury-specific innovations to create solutions uniquely suited to the planet's conditions. Unlike the early years when Earth technologies were simply adapted for Mercury use, or the later period when Mercury developed independent approaches out of necessity, the synthesis represented a deliberate fusion of both traditions. The flagship project of the Great Synthesis was the Subsurface Transit Network initiated in year 108. This ambitious infrastructure program aimed to connect all major Mercury settlements with high-speed transport tunnels bored deep beneath the surface. Unlike the earlier piecemeal transit links between individual settlements, the subsurface transit was designed as a comprehensive network with standardized technology and centralized coordination. The network utilized magnetic levitation technology originally developed on Earth, but implemented with Mercury-manufactured materials and adapted for Mercury's gravity conditions. The reduced gravity allowed for higher speeds and lower energy consumption than would have been possible on Earth, with passenger capsules routinely achieving velocities of 400 kilometers per hour through the vacuum-sealed tunnels. The primary north-south trunk line connecting Heliodome to Caloris Outpost completed in year 113, reduced travel time between these settlements from 6 hours to less than 2, while secondary lines connected remote outposts that had previously been isolated by days of travel time. By year 115, the subsurface transit network had revolutionized Mercury's internal connectivity, with over 1,500 kilometers of tunnel linking all settlements, with populations greater than 100. This enhanced mobility accelerated cultural exchange between previously separate communities, weakened the north-south political divide that had contributed to the crisis years, and enabled more efficient resource distribution throughout the planet. The network also demonstrated Mercury's growing engineering capabilities, as over 80% of the system's components were manufactured locally using Mercury resources. As physical infrastructure improved, Mercury's society experienced a parallel cultural flowering. The most notable development was the emergence of a sophisticated entertainment industry designed to counter the psychological effects of enclosed living conditions. By year 105, immersive entertainment had evolved from a luxury to a recognized necessity for maintaining mental health in Mercury's artificial environments. The Experience Studios, established in major settlements, produced multi-sensory simulations of environments impossible to experience directly on Mercury, Earth landscapes, oceanic settings, and even fantastic realms that existed nowhere in reality. These productions combined visual, auditory, olfactory, and tactile elements to create compelling alternatives to the constrained physical spaces of Mercury habitats. The most sophisticated installations incorporated variable gravity fields that could simulate Earth conditions or even environments with no direct Earth analog. Mercury's unique conditions inspired distinctive art forms that gained recognition beyond purely therapeutic applications. Pressure sculpture, which used the differential between habitat, atmosphere, and vacuum to create dynamic, ever-changing forms, became a celebrated Mercury art form. Thermal painting, utilizing temperature-sensitive pigments that shifted appearance based on carefully controlled ambient conditions, adorned public spaces throughout the settlements. Gravity dance, which incorporated Mercury's lower gravity into choreography impossible on Earth, developed into a unique performance tradition with its own training methodology and technical vocabulary. Literature, too, flourished with distinctly Mercurian themes. The confinement narratives, pioneered by Mercury authors, explored psychological and social dynamics in enclosed environments, while adaptation epics chronicled the transformation of human society on an alien world. By year 110, Mercury had produced its first literary celebrity in Rita Lowe, whose novel Children of the Sun won recognition not only throughout Mercury's settlements, but was transmitted to Earth and other off-world colonies to considerable acclaim. These cultural developments culminated in the celebration of Mercury's centennial in year 100, marking 100 years since the initial landing. The year-long commemoration included events in every settlement, with the central ceremony held at Heliodome, now Mercury's largest single habitat with a population exceeding 900. The centennial featured retrospective exhibitions of Mercury's history, performances showcasing Mercury's unique art forms, and scientific symposia examining the colony's achievements and future challenges. The highlight of the centennial was the unveiling of the Mercury Tapestry, a massive collaborative artwork created by contributors from every settlement. The piece combined traditional textile techniques with electronic elements, and reactive materials to depict Mercury's 100-year journey from initial landing to thriving civilization. Measuring over 30 meters in length and 3 meters in height, the tapestry incorporated materials from throughout Mercury's territory, including fibers grown in agricultural modules, metals from the solar forges, and pigments derived from Mercury's unique mineral composition. Governor Wayne Lohackle, addressing the gathered crowd and viewers connected from across Mercury at the tapestry's unveiling, reflected on the significance of the centennial. 100 years ago, 24 humans arrived on this barren world with no certainty that survival was even possible. Today, nearly 4,000 of us call Mercury home. We have not merely survived here, we have created a society, a culture, and now a biological legacy uniquely adapted to this world. Earth will always be humanity's first home, but Mercury has become more than a colony or outpost. It is the cradle of humanity's second genesis, a place where our species has begun to evolve in response to a new world, just as our distant ancestors evolved in response to Earth's conditions. What we are creating here is not just a settlement, but a new chapter in human evolution. As the second century of human presence on Mercury progressed, this evolutionary perspective became central to Mercurian identity. The people of Mercury increasingly viewed themselves not as displaced Earthlings maintaining an artificial bubble of Earth-like conditions on an alien world, but as the pioneers of a new branch of humanity, physiologically, culturally, and psychologically adapted to thrive in an environment that would have been lethal to their ancestors. The Darwin Project, Mercurian botany, the Sun Walkers, Prometheus Base, the Mercury Education System, the Great Synthesis, Subsurface Transit, and the flourishing art scene all represented facets of this adaptation. The deliberate shaping of human biology, technology, and culture to create a civilization uniquely suited to Mercury's reality. After a century of transforming small sections of Mercury to accommodate human needs, the second century was witnessing the complementary process, the transformation of humanity to embrace Mercury's conditions. As the celebrations of year 115 marked 15 years into this second century, Mercury stood at the threshold of a new era, not merely a place where humans lived, but a world that was actively shaping a new expression of what humanity could become. Part 10: The Autonomous World. No human civilization had ever existed in complete isolation from Earth until Mercury. The 15th year of Mercury's second century began with an ominous silence. For the first time since colonization, an entire Earth month passed without a single transmission from the home world. This communications blackout, far longer than any previous interruption, triggered emergency protocols throughout Mercury's settlements. Communication arrays were recalibrated, backup systems activated, and alternative frequencies scanned, all without result. Earth had fallen silent. When transmissions finally resumed 6 weeks later, they provided little reassurance. The fragmented messages spoke of widespread infrastructure collapse, political fragmentation, and resource conflicts that had degraded Earth's communication capabilities. What had once been a unified global network had devolved into isolated nodes of functionality amid growing chaos. The transmissions arrived sporadically, originated from different Earth factions rather than central authorities, and often contained contradictory information about conditions on the home world. The Unity Legislature convened an emergency session to assess the implications of this new reality. After reviewing all available data, Governor Tilly McCarthy delivered a sobering address to Mercury's population. For over a century, we have maintained the perspective that Mercury represents an extension of human civilization, a branch of the tree rooted in Earth. We must now confront a different reality. Earth civilization is in substantial decline. The societal collapse that our observers have warned about for decades appears to be accelerating. While isolated regions maintain functionality, the global systems that once defined Earth have fractured beyond immediate repair. The conclusion was inescapable. Mercury could no longer function as a dependent outpost or even an interdependent partner with Earth. The time had come for complete independence, not as a political statement, but as a practical necessity for survival. On the 116th anniversary of the first landing, the Unity Legislature unanimously adopted the Declaration of Mercury Independence, formally establishing Mercury as a fully autonomous human world. Unlike Earth's historical declarations of independence, which were typically addressed to the powers from which independence was being claimed, Mercury's declaration spoke to its own population. We, the people of Mercury, acknowledge that our destiny is now entirely in our own hands. Earth, the cradle of our species, can no longer offer guidance or support as we face the challenges of our world. We accept this responsibility not with resentment, but with resolve, honoring our origins while embracing our distinct future. The declaration precipitated Mercury's most comprehensive governmental reorganization since the Unity Accord. The bicameral legislature was maintained, but executive functions were consolidated under a newly formed Mercurian alliance, a unified government incorporating all settlements across the planet. The alliance structure formalized the cooperation that had developed in the years following the crisis period, while establishing clearer lines of authority for planet-wide decisions. The alliance's first major undertaking was the development of a formal constitution to replace the patchwork of foundational documents, agreements, and traditions that had governed Mercury since its founding. The Constitutional Convention, convened in year 117, brought together delegates from every settlement in a carefully structured process designed to balance competing interests while establishing fundamental principles acceptable to all Mercurians. After 9 months of deliberation, the Mercury Constitution was ratified by popular vote in year 118. The document codified the rights and responsibilities of Mercury citizens, established the scope and limitations of governmental authority, and outlined procedures for everything from resource allocation to conflict resolution. Most significantly, it formalized Mercury's identity as a distinct branch of humanity with its own evolutionary trajectory. The Constitution's preamble captured this perspective. We recognize that the extreme conditions of Mercury have begun to shape us into something new, physiologically, psychologically, and culturally distinct from Earth humans, while sharing their fundamental heritage. We embrace this transformation not as a deviation from humanity, but as an expansion of what humanity can become. The rights and structures established in this Constitution protect both our common human inheritance and our unique Mercurian identity. This constitutional foundation was tested almost immediately by the discovery that transformed Mercury's resource outlook. In year 119, a deep drilling expedition beneath Caloris Basin detected extensive water ice deposits far below Mercury's equatorial regions, a finding that contradicted the long-held belief that significant water resources existed only in the permanently shadowed craters of the polar regions. Further investigation revealed that these equatorial deposits, trapped beneath the surface billions of years ago, and protected from sublimation by overlying rock, potentially contained more accessible water than all previously known polar sources combined. The resource revolution, as it quickly became known, fundamentally altered Mercury's development trajectory, removing what had long been considered the primary constraint on population growth and expansion. Shelby Gibson, chief geologist of the Discovery team, characterized the significance. "We had assumed that Mercury was water-poor with small oases of ice at the poles. We now understand that Mercury contains substantial water resources distributed throughout its crust. The polar deposits were merely the most obvious and accessible fraction." This discovery transforms Mercury from a world of scarcity to one of unexpected abundance. This newfound abundance accelerated expansion into Mercury's southern hemisphere. Aurora Base, established in year 121 at the edge of a region with particularly accessible subsurface ice deposits, represented a new model of Mercury settlement, designed from inception for efficient extraction and processing of the newly discovered resources. Unlike earlier settlements that had evolved organically over decades, Aurora was planned as an integrated extraction and habitat complex, optimized for the specific conditions of the equatorial subsurface. The base incorporated the lessons of a century of Mercury habitation: deep shielding against radiation, efficient thermal management, integrated life support systems, and optimized living spaces that balanced functionality with psychological well-being. Its population grew rapidly, reaching over 500 within 3 years as specialists from northern settlements transferred to the new opportunity, and new immigrants arrived through the limited channels still functioning with Earth. These developments coincided with a demographic milestone. In year 123, Mercury's population surpassed 10,000 for the first time. This growth reflected both natural increase and ongoing immigration, though the latter had become more challenging as Earth's capacity for organized space travel diminished. Over 85% of the population had been born on Mercury, with nearly half being at least second-generation natives whose parents had also been born on the planet. This demographic reality intensified debates around what had become known as the adaptation question, the ethical dimensions of the genetic modifications pioneered by the Darwin Project, and now becoming increasingly common in the Mercury-born population. What had begun as limited interventions addressing specific challenges like radiation resistance had expanded to encompass a range of modifications that enhanced survival in Mercury conditions. By year 124, approximately 30% of Mercury-born children carried some degree of genetic modification, ranging from subtle enhancements to cellular repair mechanisms to more substantial adaptations in cardiovascular function, bone density regulation, and metabolic efficiency. These modifications provided measurable advantages in Mercury's environment, raising complex questions about equity, identity, and the future trajectory of Mercury's population. The Constitutional Convention had deliberately avoided definitive pronouncements on genetic modification, establishing only broad principles about individual choice and protections against discrimination. This ambiguity allowed practices to evolve based on pragmatic considerations and shifting ethical consensus rather than rigid doctrine. However, as the modified population grew and the advantages became more apparent, pressures mounted for clearer policies. The Adaptation Congress convened in year 125 to address these questions. Unlike the Constitutional Convention, which had focused on governmental structures, The Congress brought together not just political representatives, but medical specialists, ethicists, religious leaders, and ordinary citizens, particularly young adults who would live with the consequences of these decisions for generations. After intense deliberation, the Congress produced the Adaptation Accords, establishing a framework that protected individual choice while ensuring equal opportunity regardless of genetic status. The Accords prohibited mandatory modifications, but supported subsidized access to approved enhancements for families who chose them. They required educational systems to accommodate the needs of both modified and unmodified students, prohibited discrimination based on genetic status in employment or civic participation, and established regular review of approved modifications to ensure safety and effectiveness. Most significantly, the Accords explicitly recognized that Mercury's population was evolving into something distinct from Earth humans, not a replacement or improvement, but a branching of the human evolutionary tree adapted to different conditions. This perspective became enshrined in Mercury's cultural and scientific understanding, with education emphasizing the complementary nature of Earth and Mercury humanity rather than competition or hierarchy. As Mercury solidified its social and political structures, technological development accelerated to support its growing independence. The most significant achievement was the establishment of the autonomous manufacturing network. In year 127, Mercury's first fully self-sufficient production system, capable of creating complex components without any Earth-imported elements or expertise. The network represented the culmination of decades of materials science, manufacturing technology, and artificial intelligence development. It incorporated fully automated mining operations that extracted raw materials from Mercury's crust, processing facilities that refined these materials to exacting specifications, and fabrication systems that could produce everything from basic structural components to sophisticated electronics. Most importantly, the network could maintain and replicate itself, manufacturing replacement parts and even new production units as needed. Dr. Will Cooley, chief engineer of the project, described its significance. For the first time, we have closed the manufacturing loop on Mercury. Each component in the network was either produced on Mercury or manufactured by systems that were themselves produced on Mercury. This achievement marks our transition from technical dependence to true self-sufficiency. The network's capabilities were demonstrated most dramatically in year 128, with the production of Mercury's first internally designed quantum processor, a computing core built entirely from Mercury-sourced materials using manufacturing processes developed specifically for Mercury conditions. Previous computing systems had either been imported from Earth or assembled on Mercury using imported components. This technological independence removed one of the final areas where Mercury had remained dependent on Earth expertise. These developments did not go unnoticed by the remaining functional authorities on Earth. As Mercury's capabilities expanded and its resource position improved with the equatorial ice discoveries, certain Earth factions began asserting claims over Mercury's operations that had been dormant during the period of apparent mutual benefit. The most aggressive of these was the Earth Resource Authority, a coalition of former national powers that asserted legal control over all off-world resource extraction based on historic treaties and agreements. The Messenger Crisis, as it became known, erupted in year 129 when an Earth Resource Authority vessel entered Mercury orbit unannounced and demanded inspection access to Aurora Base, claiming that Mercury's equatorial mining operations violated Earth's sovereign rights to planetary resources. The demand was accompanied by thinly veiled threats of orbital bombardment if compliance was not immediate. Mercury's response was measured but firm. Governor McCarthy addressed the Era vessel directly. Mercury acknowledges its historical connection to Earth and remains open to mutually beneficial cooperation. However, we do not recognize authority based solely on treaties signed over a century ago by entities that no longer exist. Mercury's resources, developed through Mercury labor using Mercury technology, belong to the people of Mercury. We will defend our sovereignty if necessary, but prefer peaceful resolution. Behind this diplomatic language lay practical preparations for conflict. Mercury's defense capabilities, developed over decades of protecting critical infrastructure from environmental hazards, were quickly repurposed for potential military action. Surface-to-orbit defensive systems, originally designed to deflect dangerous micrometeorites, were activated and targeted on the Era vessel. Aurora Base implemented emergency protocols, with critical operations moved deeper underground beyond the reach of orbital weapons. The standoff lasted 17 tense days, during which communications between the Era vessel and Mercury authorities grew increasingly hostile. The crisis was ultimately resolved not through direct confrontation, but through the intervention of competing Earth factions who viewed the Era's actions as overreaching. After receiving counterbalancing communications from these factions, the Era vessel withdrew from Mercury orbit with a vague statement about continuing diplomatic engagement. The messenger crisis crystallized Mercury's understanding of its position relative to Earth. The home world was no longer a unified entity with which Mercury could maintain straightforward relations, but a fragmented landscape of competing powers using remnants of past authority to pursue narrow interests. This reality demanded a more sophisticated approach to Earth relations and, more importantly, accelerated Mercury's drive toward complete technological independence, particularly in transportation. The culminating achievement of this period was the construction and launch of Hermes 1, Mercury's first independently built spacecraft. Designed specifically for Mercury conditions and constructed entirely from Mercury-sourced materials using the autonomous manufacturing network, Hermes represented Mercury's declaration of transportation independence. The vessel incorporated numerous innovations born of Mercury's unique environment. Its propulsion system utilized a hybrid of solar thermal and ion technology that leveraged Mercury's intense solar radiation. Its hull incorporated helioshield materials that provided both radiation protection and power generation. Its life support systems were derived directly from Mercury habitat technology, optimized for efficiency in closed environments. On the 130th anniversary of the first landing on Mercury, Hermes 1 launched from the newly constructed Mercury spaceport near Prometheus Base. As the vessel rose from Mercury's surface on a column of superheated propellant, observers from all settlements watched via neural network connections. The launch was more than a technological achievement. It was a symbolic declaration that Mercury had completed its transition from dependent colony to autonomous world. Governor McCarthy's address as Hermes achieved stable orbit captured the significance of the moment. 130 years ago, humans arrived on Mercury in vessels built on Earth, controlled by Earth, and dependent on Earth for their very existence. Today, we launch a vessel of our own making, conceived by Mercury minds, built with Mercury materials, operated by Mercury crew, for Mercury purposes. Hermes 1 is not merely a spacecraft. It is the physical embodiment of our journey from colony to civilization. As Hermes 1 began its shakedown cruise in Mercury orbit, preparatory to planned missions throughout the inner solar system, Mercury stood as something unprecedented in human history. A civilization that had begun as an outpost of Earth, but had evolved into something entirely distinct, biologically, technologically, culturally, and politically autonomous. The people of Mercury were no longer visiting an alien world. They had transformed a hostile planet into a human home unlike any that had existed before. Earth remained the cradle of humanity, but Mercury had become the cradle of humanity's first truly independent branch, an evolutionary experiment in how human civilization could adapt and thrive in the most extreme environment yet conquered. As Mercury looked toward its future, it did so not as Earth's colony, but as humanity's second world, a civilization forged in the fire of the sun and the ice of the shadows, uniquely adapted to its harsh reality and increasingly confident in its distinct identity and destiny. Part 11, Reaching Outward. For over a century, humanity had been digging deeper into Mercury. Now, they were ready to reach for the stars. The successful launch of Hermes 1 transformed Mercury's self-perception. A society that had defined itself primarily by its ability to survive Mercury's harsh conditions now demonstrated the capacity to transcend those conditions, to reach beyond the planet that had shaped them. This achievement catalyzed a fundamental reorientation in Mercury's long-term vision, from inward focus on adaptation and sustainability to outward expansion and interplanetary engagement. Governor McCarthy formalized this shift in year 131 with the establishment of the Mercury Space Authority, or MSA, Mercury's first dedicated space program independent of Earth oversight or technology. Unlike Earth's early space agencies, which had emerged from military or scientific institutions, the MSA grew directly from Mercury's survival infrastructure, particularly the engineers and systems that had maintained the crucial orbit-to-surface supply chain throughout the colony's existence. Our journey into space is not a departure from our Mercurian identity, but its natural extension, McCarthy declared at the MSA's founding ceremony. We have learned to thrive in the most hostile environment humans have ever inhabited. That knowledge, the technology, the biological adaptations, the psychological resilience, prepares us uniquely for the expansion of humanity beyond planetary surfaces. The MSA's first priority was establishing a permanent human presence in Mercury orbit. Construction of Helios Station, Mercury's first orbital habitat, began in year 132 using components manufactured by the Autonomous Manufacturing Network and launched via conventional chemical rockets from the Mercury spaceport. The initial module provided basic life support and research facilities for a rotating crew of 8, but the station was designed for modular expansion with additional components added over time. Helios differed fundamentally from Earth-originated space stations in its design philosophy. Where Earth stations had essentially recreated Earth-like mini-environments in space, Helios embraced Mercury-developed life support strategies that had evolved specifically for closed systems. Its environmental controls incorporated the most efficient water and air recycling systems developed during a century of Mercury habitation. Its radiation shielding utilized helioshield technology optimized for the intense solar environment of Mercury orbit. Even the interior spaces reflected Mercurian design sensibilities developed for underground habitats, with careful attention to psychological impacts of enclosed environments. Most significantly, Helios was the first space habitat designed primarily for individuals born and raised in partial gravity. Its rotation created artificial gravity calibrated to Mercury's 0.38 gravity rather than Earth's 1 gravity, allowing Mercury-born crew members to function normally without the physiological stress of Earth's standard gravity. This design choice symbolized Mercury's embrace of its physiological distinctiveness, rather than attempting to maintain Earth standards as the default. As Helios expanded over the following years, its functionality grew beyond basic habitation to include manufacturing capabilities, research laboratories, and astronomical observation platforms. By year 135, the station had grown to accommodate a permanent population of 30, with additional temporary residents cycling through for specific projects and missions. The expansion of Mercury's orbital presence demanded more efficient launch capabilities than conventional chemical rockets could provide. The solution came with the development of the Mercury Launch Authority's electromagnetic mass driver system, a massive magnetic accelerator constructed along Mercury's equatorial region capable of launching payloads directly to orbit using only electrical energy. The mass driver concept had been theorized since the early days of space exploration, but Mercury's unique conditions made practical implementation feasible. Low gravity reduced the energy requirements for achieving escape velocity. Absence of atmosphere eliminated drag that would otherwise decelerate accelerating payloads, and abundant solar energy provided the massive power inputs necessary for operation. Construction of the primary mass driver began in year 133, with a 20-kilometer track laid along a specially leveled section of Mercury's surface. The system used superconducting magnets cooled by the natural temperature gradient between surface and subsurface to accelerate cargo pods to orbital velocity. A sophisticated tracking and targeting system ensured that launched payloads would reach precisely calculated orbital insertions where they could be retrieved by vessels from Helios Station. The mass driver became operational in year 136, dramatically reducing the cost and complexity of reaching Mercury orbit. While unsuitable for human transport due to the extreme acceleration forces involved, the system could launch raw materials, manufactured components, and supply packages at a fraction of the resource cost of conventional rockets. At peak operation, the mass driver could place up to 500 metric tons of material into Mercury orbit monthly, enabling rapid expansion of Mercury's orbital infrastructure and interplanetary capabilities. This enhanced launch capacity enabled Mercury's most ambitious economic initiative to date, the Solar Export Initiative, launched in year 137. The project leveraged Mercury's unique proximity to the Sun and advanced energy collection technology to beam captured solar energy to stations throughout the inner solar system, a literal export of Mercury's most abundant resource. The initiative required construction of massive orbital solar collection arrays positioned to gather solar energy at intensities impossible at Earth or Mars distances. This energy was converted to microwave frequencies and precisely beamed to receiving stations at lunar orbit, Earth orbit, and eventually Mars orbit, where it was reconverted to electricity for local use. The transmission system incorporated multiple redundancies and safety protocols to ensure that the high-energy beams could not miss their targets and potentially damage other infrastructure or spacecraft. Initial receiving stations were relatively small, capable of accepting only modest energy transfers, but the proof of concept demonstrated the viability of space-based power transmission across interplanetary distances. For the first time, Mercury offered something that other human settlements actively needed, rather than merely accepted as trade, abundant, clean energy that could power habitats, manufacturing, and transportation systems throughout the inner solar system. This newfound economic value accelerated Mercury's diplomatic engagement with other off-Earth settlements, while contact with Earth remained sporadic and fragmented as the home world struggled with ongoing crises. Mercury established more consistent communication and eventual direct relations with Mars and lunar colonies that had achieved their own forms of independence. The Interplanetary Communication Network, established in year 138, created dedicated transmission channels between Mercury, major lunar settlements, and the Martian colonial administration. Unlike previous communications routed through Earth-based networks, this system operated independently, allowing for uncensored exchange of information, coordination of scientific research, and negotiation of trade agreements without Earth mediation. The first direct diplomatic mission from Mercury to another off-Earth settlement occurred in year 139, when a delegation aboard Hermes 3, the third vessel in Mercury's growing fleet, visited the lunar settlement of New Shanghai to formalize trade relations. The visit marked the first time Mercury-born humans had set foot on another world, albeit one with gravity even lower than Mercury's. The resulting Mercury-Luna Accord established frameworks for trade, scientific cooperation, and mutual recognition of sovereignty, the first such agreement between off-Earth entities without Earth participation. Similar relations were established with Mars in year 141, following a more complex negotiation process due to the greater distance and communication delays involved. The Mercury-Mars Cooperation Treaty focused particularly on technological exchange, with Mercury providing expertise in radiation protection, closed-loop life support, and energy management in exchange for Martian innovations in soil development, atmospheric processing, and biological adaptation techniques. These agreements formalized what became known as the knowledge exchange, Mercury's systematic sharing of survival technologies with other off-Earth settlements. Rather than hoarding the hard-won innovations developed over 140 years of adaptation to extreme conditions, Mercury actively promoted their dissemination throughout human space presence. Dr. Sammy Cates, appointed as Mercury's first Knowledge Exchange Commissioner, articulated the philosophy behind this approach. Mercury's greatest resource is not our metals or our energy, but our experience, the accumulated wisdom of generations who have survived in an environment that should have killed them. By sharing this knowledge freely with other settlements, we strengthen humanity's collective resilience while positioning Mercury as an essential partner in space development. The exchange operated through multiple channels. Technical documentation transmitted through the interplanetary network, visiting specialists who provided training and consulting, and most importantly, educational exchanges that brought students and researchers from other settlements to Mercury for intensive study of Mercury-developed technologies and practices. This institutional knowledge sharing coincided with Mercury's continued population growth and settlement expansion. By year 143, Mercury's population had reached 15,000, distributed across 12 major settlements spanning from the northern polar region to the equatorial zones. The demographic composition had shifted decisively toward Mercury native, with over 90% born on the planet and more than half being at least second-generation Mercurians. This population growth strained even Mercury's expanded resource base, prompting development of increasingly sophisticated sustainability systems. The fifth-generation closed-loop life support implemented in year 142 achieved nearly 99.9% efficiency in water recycling and 99.7% in atmospheric processing, approaching the theoretical limits of resource reclamation. These systems, combined with expanded ice mining operations in both polar and equatorial regions, enabled Mercury to support its growing population while maintaining reserve capacity for continued expansion. As Mercury's extraplanetary engagement expanded, the need for coordinated governance among space settlements became increasingly apparent. The fragmentation of Earth authority had left a vacuum in interplanetary organization, with settlements on different worlds developing independent and sometimes incompatible systems for everything from communication protocols to resource claims to navigational standards. In year 144, Mercury proposed the formation of the Solar Council, a representative body that would establish common frameworks for human activities in space, while respecting the sovereignty of individual settlements. The proposal, developed in consultation with lunar and Martian authorities, envisioned a limited governing structure focused on practical coordination rather than political integration. The first Solar Council session, conducted via holographic telepresence with representatives from Mercury, 7 lunar settlements, 3 Martian colonies, and 2 independent orbital habitats, established working groups to address the most pressing coordination needs: navigation and traffic management in increasingly crowded space lanes, standardization of communication protocols, mutual recognition of citizenship and legal status, and frameworks for resolving resource claims and territorial disputes. While modest in its initial scope, the Solar Council represented a significant evolution in human governance, the first formal institution representing human settlements across multiple worlds without Earth as the central authority. Mercury's leadership in establishing this framework reflected its growing influence as a technological and diplomatic power in humanity's expanding sphere. This influence derived largely from Mercury's emergence as the industrial heart of the inner system. With abundant energy from proximity to the Sun, efficient launch capabilities through the mass driver system, sophisticated manufacturing through the autonomous manufacturing network, and unique materials science developed for Mercury's extreme conditions, Mercury had developed unparalleled industrial capacity among off-Earth settlements. By year 145, Mercury's manufacturing output exceeded that of all lunar settlements combined, despite the Moon's larger population. Mercury produced components, particularly advanced radiation shielding, high-efficiency life support systems, and precision instruments manufactured in Mercury's low-gravity, vacuum environment, became essential for habitat construction and maintenance throughout the inner solar system. Even Earth factions with sufficient remaining space capabilities sought Mercury-manufactured goods for their superior performance in space applications. This industrial capacity received its most dramatic demonstration with the construction of Solar Harbinger, Mercury's first long-range vessel designed specifically for interplanetary transit. Unlike the earlier Hermes series, which had been optimized for Mercury orbital operations with limited range, Solar Harbinger incorporated life support systems capable of sustaining a crew for the months-long journey to Mars. Propulsion systems using Mercury-refined fuel with significantly higher specific impulse than previous designs, and enhanced radiation shielding for protection during transit through interplanetary space. The vessel's name reflected its dual purpose: as harbinger of Mercury's emergence as an interplanetary power, and as harbinger of the solar age, in which energy and resources from the Sun would drive human expansion throughout the system. Its construction, completed entirely in Mercury orbit, using components manufactured on Mercury and launched via the mass driver, demonstrated the full spectrum of Mercury's industrial and technical capabilities. Solar Harbinger launched from Mercury orbit in the final month of year 145, beginning the first direct journey from Mercury to Mars without Earth assistance or technology. Its cargo hold contained cutting-edge Mercury technology, specialized materials unavailable elsewhere in the solar system, and a delegation of Mercury representatives authorized to expand the existing diplomatic and trade relationships with Martian settlements. As the vessel departed Mercury orbit on its historic journey, Governor Lucius Seymour, who had succeeded McCarthy in year 144, addressed the citizens of Mercury. For our first century, we focused on surviving Mercury. For our early second century, we focused on thriving on Mercury. Today, we begin the next phase of our evolution, reaching beyond Mercury to help shape humanity's future among the worlds. We carry with us not conquest or domination, but partnership and shared knowledge, the lessons of survival and adaptation that Mercury has taught us, offered now to our fellow humans wherever they have made their homes among the stars. The launch of Solar Harbinger toward Mars marked more than just an expansion of Mercury's influence. It represented the fulfillment of Mercury's transformation from a desperate outpost, struggling to survive on a hostile world, to a thriving civilization with the confidence and capability to shape human destiny beyond its own boundaries. Mercury had not only adapted to its extreme environment, but had transformed that adaptation into unique strengths that positioned it as an essential partner in humanity's continuing expansion. As Solar Harbinger disappeared into the blackness of space, carrying Mercury's knowledge, technology, and representatives to another human world, Mercury stood at the threshold of a new era, one in which it would help forge connections between the scattered branches of human civilization developing across the inner solar system. Part 12, The Solar Forge. In just 150 years, humanity had transformed Mercury from a hostile wasteland into the cornerstone of solar system civilization. As Solar Harbinger made its historic journey to Mars, Mercury entered the final half-decade of its first 1.5 centuries of human habitation. These years would witness the culmination of Mercury's evolution from struggling colony to interplanetary power, a period of consolidation, refinement, and visionary planning that would establish Mercury's role in human civilization for generations to come. The most dramatic manifestation of Mercury's ascendance emerged in year 146, with the formal recognition of Mercury as the primary manufacturing center for the inner solar system. The Interplanetary Industrial Accord, signed by representatives from all major settlements on Mercury, Luna, and Mars, established standardized specifications for critical components used in habitat construction, life support systems, and spacecraft throughout human space. These specifications were based predominantly on Mercury designs, effectively making Mercury manufacturing the baseline for human infrastructure beyond Earth. This acknowledgement reflected practical reality rather than political maneuvering. Mercury's unique combination of abundant energy, low gravity, vacuum manufacturing conditions, and specialized knowledge had created industrial capabilities that other settlements simply could not match. The precision instruments produced in Mercury's controlled environments, the radiation-resistant materials developed through decades of adaptation to solar proximity, and the ultra-efficient life support components refined through generations of closed-system living had become essential for human survival throughout the inner system. Governor Seymour articulated this new position in her address to the Solar Council. Mercury does not seek dominance but partnership. Our manufactured goods flow outward not as tools of influence, but as expressions of our shared commitment to human flourishing beyond Earth. What Mercury provides in material and technology, Luna offers in cultural heritage and scientific insight, and Mars contributes in biological innovation and long-term vision. Each world brings its unique strengths to humanity's expansion. This industrial leadership achieved its most ambitious expression with the launch of the Dyson Initiative in year 147, named after the 20th century physicist who first conceptualized large-scale solar energy collection in space. The project represented Mercury's long-term vision for energy production and distribution throughout the inner solar system. The initiative began with construction of the first Dyson Ring segment, a massive orbital solar collector positioned closer to the Sun than any previous human structure. Unlike conventional solar arrays, the Dyson collector utilized advanced metamaterials that could withstand and efficiently harvest energy at intensities that would have incinerated earlier designs. The initial segment, measuring 2 kilometers in length and half a kilometer in width, generated more power than all of Mercury's previous orbital collectors combined. Dr. Martina Alina, chief engineer of the project, described the long-term vision. We are not simply building larger solar panels. We are taking the first step toward a solar collection infrastructure that could eventually encircle the Sun, not a complete Dyson sphere as imagined in science fiction, but a network of collectors that could harness a meaningful fraction of the Sun's output for human use throughout the system. Mercury, with its proximity to the Sun and industrial capacity, is uniquely positioned to initiate this multi-generational project. The energy captured by the first Dyson segment was transmitted via precisely targeted microwave beams to receiving stations throughout the inner system, with primary nodes at Mercury, lunar orbit, and following solar harbinger's arrival, Mars orbit. This interplanetary power network represented the first shared infrastructure connecting human settlements across multiple worlds, a physical manifestation of the growing interdependence among branches of human civilization. As Mercury's industrial and energy production expanded outward, its internal development stabilized. The population growth that had characterized the previous decades moderated, reaching a sustainable plateau of approximately 20,000 distributed across all settlements. This stabilization reflected both deliberate policy choices and natural demographic transitions as Mercury society matured. The Unity Legislature had maintained population management policies since the crisis years, but these evolved from restrictive controls to more sophisticated incentive systems that encouraged population stability without coercion. Family planning resources, educational opportunities, and housing allocations were structured to support zero population growth while respecting individual choice. The result was a stable, balanced population with a demographic profile optimized for Mercury's resource capacity and social structures. This population stability allowed for refinement rather than expansion of Mercury's habitats. Existing settlements were enhanced with improved public spaces, more sophisticated environmental design, and upgraded infrastructure. Mercury's oldest habitat, Penumbra Station, underwent a complete renovation in year 148, preserving its historic core as a museum, while modernizing its residential and work areas to incorporate 150 years of advancements in habitat design. With basic survival needs secure and population pressure moderated, Mercury's distinct culture flourished with unprecedented sophistication. The Mercurian Renaissance that characterized this period saw remarkable developments in art, language, and social organization that reflected Mercury's unique environment and history. Mercurian language evolved beyond the specialized terminology and distinct accent that had characterized earlier generations into what linguists formally recognized as a separate dialect of English with its own grammatical innovations. Time references reflected Mercury's 88-day orbit and 176-day solar cycle, rather than Earth's 24-hour day and 365-day year. Spatial descriptions incorporated three-dimensional perspectives common in tunnel systems and low-gravity environments, rather than the predominantly two-dimensional framework of Earth language. Unique idioms emerged from Mercury's history: shadow-side thinking, considering worst-case scenarios, solar intensity, working with maximum focus, and cycling the loop, finding efficient solutions. Visual arts embraced distinctly Mercurian aesthetics, particularly the depth light school that played with perceptions of underground space and filtered sunlight. The most celebrated work of this period, Rachel Carrison's massive installation, 150 Years of Light, used precisely arranged reflective surfaces throughout heliodome to create shifting patterns of illumination that mapped Mercury's historical development through changing light patterns visible at different times and from different perspectives. Music incorporated both the mechanical rhythms of habitat life support systems and the mathematical patterns of Mercury's orbital relationship with the Sun. The harmonic synchronization technique, pioneered by composer Carter Paterno, created compositions that gradually shifted between time signatures corresponding to Earth days, Mercury days, and Mercury years, creating a visceral experience of the different temporal frameworks that shaped Mercurian life. Perhaps most significant was the evolution of Mercury's social structures, which had diverged substantially from Earth models. The nodal community system that had emerged organically in the underground habitats became formalized as Mercury's basic social unit, groups of 100 to 150 individuals living in proximity, sharing certain resources and responsibilities while maintaining connections to other nodes through the physical network of tunnels and the digital network of Mercury's information systems. These nodes functioned somewhat like extended families or small villages, with internal governance through consensus decision-making and representation in larger political structures through elected delegates. Children were raised with input from the entire node community, creating strong social bonds that transcended immediate family units. Resource sharing within nodes was extensive, though private property remained protected for personal items and living spaces. The stability and sophistication of Mercury civilization brought renewed attention from Earth as the home world struggled to recover from its cascading crises. By year 149, several Earth factions had achieved sufficient stability to re-engage with off-world settlements in a more constructive manner than the confrontational approach of the messenger crisis. This opening created the opportunity for the Three Worlds Conference, the first formal diplomatic gathering of representatives from Earth, Mars, and Mercury since Earth's fragmentation. Hosted in neutral lunar territory at the new Shanghai settlement, the conference acknowledged the new reality of human civilization, no longer a single species centered on Earth with outposts elsewhere, but multiple branches with distinct adaptations, capabilities, and interests. The resulting solar system accord established frameworks for communication, trade, technological exchange, and dispute resolution among the three major centers of human population. Mercury's delegates, led by Foreign Secretary Samantha Ryan, emphasized Mercury's technological leadership in radiation protection and thermal management, fields where Mercury expertise had become crucial for all human activities in space. Rather than leveraging this advantage for political gain, Mercury offered broad technology sharing in exchange for Earth's biological diversity resources and Mars' atmospheric processing expertise. This collaborative approach reflected Mercury's emerging philosophical stance that human resilience in space depended on diversity of adaptation rather than competition among settlements. Governor Seymour articulated this perspective in her address to the conference. Humanity faces its greatest test not on any single world, but in the void between worlds. Our species survives not by converging on a single perfect adaptation, but by diverging into multiple viable forms suited to different environments. Earth humans, Mars humans, and Mercury humans are not separate species, but specialized expressions of human potential, each contributing unique strengths to our collective future. This vision of diversified humanity expanding throughout the solar system found practical expression in the Next Horizon project, announced in the final year of Mercury's first 150 years. The initiative outlined Mercury's ambitions to support colonization beyond the inner planets, particularly Venus and the asteroid belt. For Venus, Mercury proposed adaptation of its thermal management and pressure resistance technologies to enable cloud-level habitats in the Venusian atmosphere, an environment with pressure and temperature ranges potentially more hospitable than the surface of Mercury or Mars. Mercury engineers had already developed conceptual designs for floating habitats that could hover in the narrow atmospheric band, where conditions approached Earth normal, while remaining above the crushing pressures and extreme temperatures nearer Venus' surface. For the asteroid belt, Mercury outlined plans for microhabitats, small, self-contained settlements established on resource-rich asteroids, equipped with Mercury-developed life support and manufacturing technologies scaled for minimal crew sizes. These outposts would serve initially as mining operations, but could eventually develop into a network of human settlements throughout the belt, connected by Mercury-built transport vessels and energy transmission systems. The Next Horizon project represented Mercury's vision for its role in humanity's continuing expansion, not as a colonial power establishing dominance, but as a technological enabler providing essential expertise and components for human adaptation to new environments. This approach reflected Mercury's own history, transforming the lessons of survival in extreme conditions into a template for expansion into ever more challenging frontiers. As Mercury approached its 150th anniversary, this transformation from vulnerability to strength became the central theme of philosophical examination within Mercurian society. The journey from Earth's most hostile colonial experiment to the cornerstone of solar system civilization prompted deep reflection on how Mercury had shaped human evolution and adaptation. Dr. Stanley Barker, whose Solarian movement had evolved from a radical fringe to a respected philosophical tradition, published the influential treatise Forged by Mercury in the months before the anniversary. The work examined how Mercury's extreme conditions had driven not just technological innovation, but biological and social adaptation, that expanded understanding of human potential. Mercury did not simply challenge humans to survive, Barker wrote. It transformed humans into something new, physiologically through gravity adaptation and genetic modification, psychologically through life in closed environments, socially through intensity of interdependence, and philosophically through confrontation with constant extremes. Mercury humans are not merely Earth humans living on another world. They represent a branch of humanity shaped by and for this world, carrying adaptations that may prove crucial for our species' long-term survival among the stars. This perspective permeated the 150th anniversary celebrations that began on the exact date of the first landing and continued for a Mercury day, 176 Earth days afterward. Unlike the centennial, which had focused primarily on Mercury's internal achievements, the sesquicentennial emphasized Mercury's place in the broader human expansion throughout the solar system. The central ceremony, held at Heliodome and transmitted to settlements throughout Mercury and beyond, featured the unveiling of the Solar Forge, an architectural and artistic masterpiece that would serve as Mercury's primary ceremonial space and symbol going forward. The structure incorporated elements representing each major phase of Mercury's development. Original landing modules preserved from the first expedition, materials from the crisis years, artwork reflecting the renaissance of recent decades, and at its center, a precisely aligned shaft that channeled focused sunlight, Mercury's greatest resource, through a series of reflective elements that dispersed it throughout the space in controlled, beautiful patterns. Governor Seymour's address at the dedication ceremony captured the significance of Mercury's 150-year journey. When the first humans set foot on this world, they faced a hostile environment that threatened immediate death, without the thinnest barriers of technology between themselves and Mercury's extremes. Today, we gather in a world transformed, not because Mercury has become less extreme, but because we have become more adapted to its realities. The surface above us still experiences temperature swings that would kill an unprotected human in minutes. The radiation environment remains as intense as ever. The vacuum persists. Yet within and around these unchanging extremes, we have built not merely survival chambers, but a civilization. The ceremony concluded with the activation of a new addition to the Dyson Ring, a segment dedicated specifically to powering the next wave of human expansion beyond Mercury. As its initial transmission reached receiving stations on Luna and Mars simultaneously, representatives from all major human settlements raised glasses containing water sourced from Mercury's ice deposits, Earth's oceans, and Mars' subsurface aquifers, the essential resource that sustained human life across 3 worlds. To the next 150 years, Seymour proposed in the traditional Mercurian toast, may we continue to forge strength from challenge, unity from diversity, and wisdom from experience. Mercury has taught us that humans can adapt to conditions once thought impossible. That knowledge lights our path to the stars. As the celebration continued throughout Mercury's settlements, the vision for the planet's next century took shape. Not merely maintaining the remarkable civilization built on the solar system's most challenging world, but leveraging that achievement to enable humanity's expansion to worlds even more distant and environments even more extreme. Mercury had been transformed from humanity's most hostile environment to one of its most important assets, a forge heated by proximity to the sun, where humans had hammered themselves into a form capable of thriving where no life had existed before. In the planet's journey from barren wasteland to vibrant civilization, Mercury had not only been changed by human presence but had changed humanity in turn. physically, technologically, socially, and philosophically. The adaptations forged in Mercury's extreme conditions had expanded understanding of human potential and resilience. The technologies developed for Mercury's survival had enabled human expansion throughout the inner solar system. The social structures evolved for Mercury communities had created new models for human cooperation in closed environments. After 150 years, Mercury had become more than a colony, more than a settlement, more than even a world. It had become a branch of humanity itself, distinct from yet connected to its Earth origins, adapted to its unique conditions, yet contributing to human flourishing everywhere, forged in the fire of the sun into something that had never existed before. A truly Mercurian civilization, humanity's second home, and the cornerstone of human expansion among the planets.